Well, good evening and happy Friday to everybody. Yes, Rob was pretty late. And the reason why I might sound a little bit weird is that I broke my microphone. Like, just broke it. Like, bumped it to the point where the internal USB connection just snapped. So, we've got our trusty lav mic on. And we're going to try and do that. So, please bear with me because you know what? It's Friday. It's Friday.
Friday's a good day.
It's a great day. Friday's a wonderful day. Fridays are amazing days. How are we doing, folks? How is everyone doing? What do you got there?
I got nuclear beans.
What are those? What are nuclear beans?
I packed those with a Carolina Reaper. So my wife tried one and immediately indicated that she does not like nuclear beans.
I don't like nuclear beans. Why would you create why would you do that? So what's in the jar?
It's pickled beans, like with a sort of dill salt brine, and also with Carolina Reapers in there, so they are quite spicy.
That sounds lethal.
Yeah, they're good. They're very tasty.
Well, how about this? What are you guys doing? Where are you tuning in from? How was your week? Let me know what you're like. Just sound off, vent. I want to hear it. I want to see it because I'm flustered. We'll go into why I'm flustered in a minute because I've been doing so much this week. Do you guys have a beverage with you? Is it alcoholic in nature? Is it tea? Is it water? I don't really care as long as you're doing stuff that's making you happy. It is windy AF outside. So if I lose complete power, then we're just going to improvise. Ian will take over the stream. I'm terrified at that prospect. But yeah, my gosh.
Wahahaha.
Yeah, Ian with the menacing laugh right at the right moment. Stephanie, yes, you can get a cheers. Can I get a cheers after 2 years of trying to switch careers? My last day teaching was today. You made it. Congratulations, Stephanie. That's awesome.
Congratulations. Hopefully on to good and great and better things.
Yeah, I hope that's a good development. Good development. Sherry's in Michigan. She's waiting on the storms coming. I've got the storm here. It's wonderful. Spokane, Washington, this week sucked. This week was a week. Ohio and spring water. Oh, Chicago tax preparer, Mama Bear. Hell Week starts tomorrow. My brother's father-in-law is an accountant, and like for these months, he just doesn't see his family. So I sympathize with these people doing that stuff. It's wild.
I'm doing my own taxes, and this year my taxes are gonna suck. So
you ready for it? Because no matter owning a business, I always owe taxes. I swear.
I mean, I'm gonna owe taxes because like YouTube doesn't withhold anything for Canadians, right? So it's sorry, I have to kill that noise in the background. So because they don't withhold anything for Canadians, all of that I got to pay taxes on. And but the other thing is like every deduction I'm going to have to go through and itemize, and I have not been keeping that well documented, so I'm going to have to go through like all of my billing records and so forth and just be like, yep, that's a deduction, that and so forth. And I am worried because the government might have some notions about deductions.
They always have opinions. The government always has opinions. They have opinions on everything. Taxes are the funniest thing in the world. It's like, hey, we're going to create a system where you have to guess what it is that you owe us. And if you guess right, good for you. If you guess wrong and you overestimate what you owe us, or if your employer overestimates what you owe us, then good for you. You get some of that back. But if you guess wrong in the other direction, we're going to go ahead and just be really angry about that. Yeah. So taxes are always fun. I love tax season. If sarcasm isn't detectable.
The other really fun thing is that in the US, at least, part of the reason why the tax code is so miserable is because of lobbying by the tax agencies who
Oh
are
yeah.
like, hey, this could be made simple, except that it's not. So, yeah, because they or like the tax preparation companies want that money. But yeah, here in Canada, it's still kind of miserable. And especially
What
when
is
you've got a
kind
million
of
deductions.
oh with the tax part? I was thinking like I was reading the chat and thinking weather, and then realizing we were still talking about taxes.
Well, I mean, I'm going to put down that I can deduct 20% of a gun.
Canada will let you do that?
Yeah, because I used it for my channel. So now that I have it, it is a now that I have it, it's like an asset for the channel.
A legitimate business expense?
Yep, and so I can deduct 20% of its value as depreciation each year for 5 years. So, yay!
Okay. Good. Awesome.
So
Those are
it's
fun.
it's gonna be. I'm gonna hate my life.
Bellatrix drinking blackberry merlot here in Kitsap County, Washington. My house is a disaster right now because my teen and 5-year-old decided to swap bedrooms. Oh, that's fun. The furniture rearranging is the best. Oh yes. Long number, good. Thanks, Rob. Aussie here. Loved your collaboration with Spidey as usual. Yep, that came out today, a little bit late, but that's how it works. You have to film, do that stuff, and then verdict came in. But you get to look at the analysis afterwards. It doesn't make the analysis any less fun to watch. So it was fun. Yeah. Runkle was a good babysitter to us when we had to watch us lawners. Yeah, he did. He did a great job. He stepped in. I saw that. The chat went wild. I tried to jump in to help a little bit.
It was
Coffee
a
in
good time.
Maryland. Coffee in Maryland's wonderful. Diet Pepsi from Missouri. Flavored water. Spent all day doing housework. I've let slide all week. Yep, fair. Big Spring, Texas drinking. Chilton doing spring cleaning. Spring cleaning. Oh, that's an ADHD thing that I struggle with all the time. My word. Do you ever get in like those cleaning hyper focus modes where you clean everything?
I get into them for like 10 minutes and then I get distracted by a shiny thing and now I'm on to something new.
I gave an explanation of what ADHD was like once, and it was great. It was one of those where I said, look, so here's an explanation of ADHD, and it's a household ADHD kind of explanation. You go downstairs to start laundry. In the process of starting laundry, you see that there's a shelf to your right when you're starting laundry that looks like it's a little bit disorganized. So you throw the laundry in, and then you go and organize the shelf. In organizing the shelf, you find something that you misplaced a while ago. So you go to put that back where it was supposed to be. You go to put it back where it was supposed to be, and where it was supposed to be really wasn't organized the way you wanted it. So you took everything out of that cabinet, stripped all the cabinets of everything, reorganized that cabinet for about 3.5 hours, and then you go back downstairs to pick your laundry up to realize that you didn't even start the washer. That right there is kind of how that can work.
Oh. My thought process is like, hey, I'm going to a shooting competition, and then I'm so I'm gonna be. I got to get my ammo ready, so I go to the garage to get that set up, and then I remember, hey, I was doing some stuff with leatherwork, so I go over there, and then I remember, hey, I needed green dye. I don't have that. Wander over.
Did you get your airbrush stuff yet?
No,
Nope.
the hours have just not worked out well. And then I figured, hey, I gotta, maybe I can mix blue and yellow. So I tried that. It doesn't work because paints don't necessarily mix right. And so then I was like, well, I better clean this up. Went back into the house to get some stuff. And it was like 3 days later that I realized that my little paint mixing project was still stuck in a bowl and I still hadn't done a bunch of other things. Like it's just chaos. So yeah.
Richard, the voice sounds off tonight because I'm not on my usual mic because my usual mic broke today. And I couldn't get a replacement mic in time. So it might sound off because I'm using my little lav mic, but it is what it is. We're just going to go with it because
It's working pretty well.
Yeah, you improvise. The real Sarah. Oh my gosh, stop describing everyday life. My husband doesn't understand my neurospicy brain. Melody, you describe high clean. Exactly. All the shiny stuff with Ian Runkle. Yeah, you guys aren't far off. This is kind of what we deal with. It is a remarkable struggle. There's a lot of people with that little bit of neurospicy, and some of it can be brought on by tired and fatigue. And they say that there's mom brain where new mothers they'll do stuff like that. They'll be in the middle of something, fall asleep, wake up, do something else. It's wild. Wait, I thought that was normal. Sounds like me. Yeah, it oftentimes do that. Joe Doris, thank you. I always have to pay tax. My husband worked his ass off his whole life, made sure I was taken care of before he died. Kind of sucks, but blessed too. I'm sorry for that loss. I'm glad that you are hopefully enjoying life because life can bring a lot of fun stuff in the process as well. The neurodivergent counselor, thank you very much. I've been hyper-focused on medical BS. I'm excited to finally be able to use hyper-focus for cleaning at the end of April. Yep. That's the thing. That hyper-focus can be great in certain moments when you need it. Yeah.
It never kicks in when I need it. It's always for the other thing.
I know. M169, thank you. Husband had a moment like that yesterday. Turned on the oven, forgot to put the food in. Then it's, what do you want to eat for dinner? Then it's, what do you want to eat that's quick? Yep. I have definitely done that before. Absolutely. Barney Cat, thank you very much. Chase shouted you out, Rob, and 5-year anniversary champagne for me and Mr. Cat and Chipotle with Ghost Toss. Barney Cat, that's awesome. Congratulations to you and Mr. Cat, and I hope that you enjoy the hot sauce with the Chipotle as well. Jenka79, thanks for the reminder and the tax. I did it now. 30 seconds done. Welcome to Sweden. That's good. Good. Yep. Peggy Reardon, Rob, Chase from the Behavior Panel spoke of you in their video out yesterday. He said he called you, plus gave your channel name. Exciting. Yeah, I talked to Chase for about 20 minutes about the Paltrow stuff. It was really Chase. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Chase Hughes is part of the Behavior Panel. Behavior Panel is a channel on YouTube for behavior analysts who are former interrogators and people who specialize in doing interview and interrogation. And they put out videos with new stuff. Chase is a buddy, so he called me saying, so what's the deal with Paltrow and why does everyone love it? And why am I watching this? And what is happening with this attorney?
And did you just say, like, this is a dumpster fire and the dumpster is full of diapers? And
someone walked by and threw gasoline on the diaper fire, and
and for some reason the lawyers are trying to eat out of it. Like,
it was so wild. And the context was in the case of that direct examination of the adverse Gwyneth Paltrow. He was saying, what's going on with the attorney? And I was like, this is the worst questioning I have ever seen of a party opponent, I think, ever in court.
I don't know about that. I think she was trying a strategy. I think it wasn't landing because Paltrow it's hard to do a good cross-examination if somebody's being honest. And I think that's what they were running up against, was that. There were places where she was trying to get stuff and kind of landing. I don't think it was the right approach, but I think it was a reasonable approach to try.
Yep.
So, I mean, a lot of people have been really critical of that particular lawyer, and I don't know. People have said she's fangirling. I don't think she was fangirling.
No,
I think she was
not fangirling.
She's trying to adopt a strategy, right? And it's yeah.
Lindsay, thank you. Carnitas tacos, rice, beans for dinner with a side of red wine. Oh, that sounds delicious. And now I'm forgetting. And now I'm realizing I forgot to eat food. That's the other.
Would you like a nuclear bean?
No, get those away from me. Ken B, thank you very much. My mom's brain caused me to toss my iPad into the washer. When my son was 3 months old, I think mom brain is 10 times worse for already the neurospicy. Yeah, the mom brain stories, and this is not a disparaging comment, but I know like new mothers, some of the wildest things when you are that sleep deprived and when you're that focused on providing the life for that little nugget. It's pretty wild. So thank you, Jen B. Kristen, thank you very much. Just realized how to adjust super chat total so that this goes with the first one. Oops. Kristen, you don't have to do super chats. You guys can chat with me. I try to pull things up as we go. It's just sometimes with more than 1,000 people in the chat, it moves a little quick. So it's hard to see sometimes. Creed M, thank you. Describes exactly how I felt after Gwyneth Paltrow made me go spread eagle. Oh my God. I don't know if I meant to pull that one up. Braxton Heaps, I'm cleaning my entire room right now. My friend's coming over to make me eat. Got better meds today as well. Very happy. Congratulations to you. That actually is a really cool thing. When you get the meds that fit and suit you. Some people can do medication, some people can't. And I know that Ian has tried medication. And Ian, I loved your story about this one. If you don't, may I share it?
Oh, absolutely.
So Ian basically is on a category of neurodivergency that is clinical, in that essentially you could write a study based on the level of neurospicy that Ian's brain is. It's a wonderful thing. It's why we love Ian. But Ian was placed on medication at some point in time, did the medication for a while. The medication helped him identify different things that his brain, when it was neurospicy, was doing. So, but the medication didn't suit him. It messed with him. So he went off the medication, and then being off the medication, having previously, while on the meds, identified the issues and things that he liked, you worked around it, right?
It taught me sort of some of how to cope and like some of the things that I was missing. Part of it was like even just being able to relate to people. Because it's tough, right? People, you don't really understand how much of just sort of understanding people is based on sort of natural, sort of unconscious brain things.
Yeah.
And so being on the meds made it easier to figure people out. And I mean, it's still a lot of work. Talking to people is a lot of work, but I got better at it.
So I've started doing this thing where, let me hide this real quick. I've started doing this thing where I will start recognizing when I am saying something that someone who doesn't have the neurospicy won't fully comprehend how I got there. And that I've caught myself. Recently, I've been catching myself and been like, hang on, I know that came out of nowhere to you. Let me explain how my brain connected those two dots. And it's walking through and going, so when you asked me about this, I remembered that your parents lived here. And that when there was something that I saw in the news about this thing that happened here, then I remembered that here is also where this other thing is grown. I had this thing that was grown here last week for dinner. I really enjoyed that dinner. And that's why I just asked you about a restaurant.
My wife sometimes is like, can you give me the thought path? And I'm like, okay, here's the connections. And she goes, okay, because and sometimes she's like, you're about to hit me with something that is just out of left field, because we'll be in the car, I'll say something, she'll see that I've got that my brain is running through something, and she's just like waiting for it, and then I'll say something else. She's like, how are those things connected?
Mm-hmm. And it's reverse engineering how the brain got from point A to like point Z but we relay it as far as this is the next logical thought that comes out of my mouth, but the connections that came in between were like do. It's pretty wild. Mel P, Rob, sleep deprived, try mama, twins. Oh my gosh, 2 dogs, parents, etc. I don't want to try. I'd prefer not to.
I can barely manage like me and Mrs. Runkle and Zora and Potter. 2 twins would be just, I don't know.
Yeah. I love this sentiment, Tammy. Absolutely. I love Ian's brain too. It's fantastic. It works. It works perfectly well. Sometimes though, when he gets tired, you got to navigate him a little bit.
Yeah. Sometimes my brain is just an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of my brain doing interesting things, I got to go check and see if there's something on my porch. Be right back.
It's probably food. Enjoy. Rob, that's exactly how my brain thought works. Yep. And the Adderall helps me kind of identify it better. I am prescribed Adderall. That's what I'm on. It helps me identify when that's going haywire and reorient myself in ways I couldn't otherwise do. So it's pretty interesting. My default, MCR Mama, my default when my brain goes from an A to Z is just to shut down and just stop talking, drives my family crazy. Then they're all, and yeah, that's the other part is you feel like no one, oh God, people are guessing in the chat what Ian had to go pick up. That's neurospicy as well. Yeah, you recognize that what you're about to say is so off topic that you just withhold yourself from saying it, or you've said it and you realize that what you said is so off topic that you're now just kind of caught in that moment. Did the chat guess right, by the way?
That's what I'm waiting for. It's on its way. I heard the dogs run up and sort of sniff at the door, which can often mean something is there. But as it turns out, there was no neti pot yet. So
yeah.
But once it arrives, I have the cricket. I have permanent red vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do this. This is gonna be a thing.
I'm glad. I need you to use that cricket. And once you start using it, I guarantee you're going to be kind of addicted to it for a minute.
I have been a big fan so far. I've used it to make stencils. And these things that would be just a giant pain in the butt to make for like airbrushing otherwise, it just knocks it out in like a minute. It's amazing.
Yep. Josh, I thank you very much. Finally, weekend after an intense work week and back pain. Now a good glass of red wine. Start my weekend with F&F. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciate it. Nick Loss, thank you. Highland Park 12 and a Guinness, recovering from my first live stream trial. How did it go, Nick Loss? Nick Loss has a YouTube channel. He's growing in subs. Please go check him out. He's got a great take on it. He has some spicy commentary. It's fantastic. He probably has one of the better senses of humor I've ever kind of engaged with. So please, if you do want to go check that out, please do so. But those live streaming trials can be kind of exhausting. Susan, thank you. Great week vodka with coconut water and oysters. Ian loves oysters. I've never seen a person.
Oh, so the one time I was in Victoria for a law conference, and in the space of a day at a Buckashuck, I ate 72 oysters. It was really good. I really had a good day.
Yeah. You've told me that story. It was fantastic. I have seen this man down oysters like you could not believe when we went to a wedding in California.
That was good.
For Alita. He was like, "Can we get oysters?" Yeah, Ian, we can get oysters. Gone. Look at me. You can eat that one? No, Ian, you eat that one. Okay. I'm Kelly and I grow it. Hi, guys. Coffee and some flour in Connecticut. Fantastic. Karen, thank you. Hellish Week, Diet Coke, Curiosity, and Oddities show tomorrow. Cool. I wonder what is that? What's Curiosity and Oddities show? Fat Yoga, a liquid 420 is a drink, y'all. I didn't know that. What's a liquid 420? Liquid 420. Oh, it is a drink.
It sounds like a good drink.
It sounds good. Angela Daly, thank you. Drink Wild Turkey 101 in West Virginia. That is a West Virginia cocktail, if I've ever heard one, while nursing a torn disc in my neck. Oh, just bottle and pain meds. I hope you feel better. I always look forward to F&F to end my week on a positive note. We're going to try and do that. Promise you. Maddie Retman, thank you. Have you seen Disney's Rule of Perpetuity debacle? Can you explain it to us? I will try to pull that up. I know people have been tagging me in that. Ian, have you seen that story at all?
A little bit. And I haven't followed it, although the Rule of Perpetuities aspect, Rule of Perpetuities is one of those things that you just don't expect to come up, because it's an important rule if you do like drafting of certain kinds of trusts. Other than that, it's just like it doesn't really come up. And the reason why it's an important rule is just don't do certain things because they would be dumb. But
we'll see.
yeah,
We'll see. I might give that a read while we're doing something else and see if there's anything there I can add. But I generally like to read that stuff a little bit ahead of time so that I know what I'm talking about. So I don't sound not so I don't like giving opinions that I don't really have a foundation to give. So I'll see if I can pull that up. Suzanne, thank you. Hey, Rob, tough week. Glad it's over. Drinking white wine in Massachusetts. That's fantastic. I'm sorry it was a tough week. Let's try to make that a little bit better. Thank you for being here. Kristen, thank you. School bus driver, tornadoes and Pepsi. Enough said. My word. Kristen, be safe, please. Please. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the Pepsi. We'll see if we can't get you through tonight with a little bit of fun. Vez, Ian, you can deduct the soundboard. Cool. You can deduct a lot of this stuff because it is expenses that you are incurring for the benefit of or to essentially for the monetary value that YouTube is giving you.
Yeah, and I think the soundboard is cheap enough that I can just deduct it all at once. There's rules as to which things you have to deduct as depreciation and which things you can just deduct as an expense. And I think I can just say this one's an expense all at once, but I'm not certain.
Ian, can you take over for a second? I've got something beeping downstairs.
Oh, absolutely. So while Rob goes to disarm a bomb, or whatever it is, but I'm going to assume bomb because, that's what immediately comes to my mind when I hear beeping things. But yeah, I'm excited. So I don't know how many people are aware of the plan for the cricket. I've got a neti pot coming, and what a neti pot is, if you've never sort of heard of them, I've never used one, but what I've heard, what they're for is basically that you can use them to pour water up your nostrils in order to clean out your sinuses. And the person who I think needs one is Mr. Sykes. If you're watching the Paltrow trial, he very much seems to need one because his sinuses were full of all sorts of goo, and we could hear every single gurgling movement of that goo during that entire trial. So, but I'm also looking to put Simple Country Lawyer on it, so it's an official customized neti pot, and then I'll send it off to him. And depending on how much of a sense of humor he has, he can either put that up as like a trial trophy, or I kind of envision him throwing it out the window onto the parking lot. That is also a possibility. But we'll see.
How many times are we going to take that moment to use the word bomb on the YouTube video?
I mean, at least 7.
I think it was like 5 or 6.
The thing is so long as we don't actually have one or discuss the uses of one, I think we're fine.
It was my warming tray that I had heated up to try and reheat some food. So remember we talked about the whole forgetting things? It was beeping at to me to remind me that I forgot it. That's the other thing. I started getting things that beep at me when I forget it. Oh.
And what is it? For the YouTube censors, when I say bomb, I mean bath bomb.
Yes, exactly.
Those beep.
The kind that yes, they beep. There's beeping bath bombs to remind you that the bath is running, so that you can run back in there and take the bath before it overflows into the bathroom. Yeah, those.
Exactly. That would actually be a really good idea.
There should be. You should. So they have water sensors. Do you have?
I was just thinking that because I used to have a water sensor for my basement, and then I'm thinking I could put that in the tub.
Just put it right there over at the line right before it goes, so it starts beeping like crazy. So yeah. Verbal, Dr. Pepper North in California, under atmospheric river. Wow, interesting. Rua, thank you. Neurospicy here, hyper focused on EDC gear at the moment. Okay. Everyday carry. Okay. All right. I applaud that.
I've got a video I need to finish. It's not some. I've got a video up on my. I think it's on it might also be on YouTube, but it's on sort of what my everyday carry is. But the video I want to finish is also on my get home bag.
Oh,
And
your triage kit.
no, like a get
Well,
home bag is basically for if there's a disaster while I'm at work,
Yeah.
and that what stuff would I need to make it from work to home, assuming sort of a wide range of plausible disasters.
Oh, that's not bad.
So now for me, I work most of the time in the city I live in. So most of what I'd need, it's not something like I need to do long distance travel or anything like that. But so there's certain calculations I make, and I sort of walk through what decisions I make on that sort of stuff. But I got to get everything together, assemble it, and so forth. People are saying, is Ian secretly a prepper? Not really.
Whenever you
I
have to
like
say
some
not really, that's a
preparedness, but I
qualifier.
don't like have a bunker or anything like that. I just at one point in the winter I drove my car off the road, and the reason why I drove my car off the road was because of winter. Winter kind of iced up the roads, and lubricated roads are a bad thing. So I ended up stuck in the snow waiting for a tow truck, and in the winter the tow trucks are like, yeah, oh, you're in the snow and it's freezing cold, we'll be there in like 12 to 16 hours. I'm like, cool.
12
I was
to 16.
Yeah. It was actually funny because I got a call from them and they said, is it okay if we come sooner? And I was like, does anyone ever say no to this? And they're like,
Yeah.
sometimes yes. Like sometimes people find other ways to get home and then they have plans. And I'm like, no, I got no plans. I'm just by the road. So I only ended up waiting about 7 hours, but I was comfortable. I was fed. I was warm. It was like 30 below outside, and I'm just like having a great time. I'm super comfortable. So some preparation is a good thing, right? Like your car should have some basic stuff like jumper cables and ideally a spare tire and stuff to change a
Flares,
tire,
a sign to put in
flares.
the road.
Yep,
Med
stuff so
kit.
you don't get killed if you're stuck at the side of the road. All of that stuff, right? So it's all of this stuff is useful to have, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not sitting there with like, some plan where I'm gonna like go out into the wilderness and like run away from the government, or like, when the apocalypse hits, I'm gonna be, in my bunker 12 feet deep, eating MREs that I've got, I just like to prepare for some stuff. So
Some of the normal expected stuff. Yes, I agree.
yeah.
I agree.
So
I realized we didn't even run the intro, and we're 30 minutes in. So why don't I do that real quick? I've started all the super chats. I will get to those, I promise.
Sounds good.
All right, let's go ahead and run the intro. Be back in just a second, guys.
Oh, hey, I can start
forgot these
too.
things already. You can start things. Thank you for helping start things.
I just start a membership thing.
Thank
I
you.
can do that.
Thank you. Yeah, you have permissions. I gave you permissions. That's a lot of trust. I don't know if I trust you that much anymore. Anyways, intro. Here we go. Okay. All right. So I wanted to address something first before we get into any of the subject matter, because I saw some of these chats come in. Rob, were you able to make the present for your niece? For the kids, Rob picks the sign for the niece. Yes, I was able to begin that project. Kind of wanted to share it with y'all, if you don't mind, because it was kind of cool. It wasn't a sign. So I've got a CNC machine. I love my CNC machine. It's fantastic.
I'm envious of the CNC machine, I gotta say.
Oh, it's so cool. So the party tomorrow, the birthday party tomorrow. Hang on. I didn't want to do that. Why did I do that? Rob, Brain. Thank you. Operate. The birthday party tomorrow for my niece is a shop till you drop birthday party. And it's basically one of those where it's like, we're going to, I guess there's costume jewelry or something. So I was trying to design a jewelry box for her, for some of her belongings. And I found some, they have some free designs that you can use. Let's see if I can't figure
That
this
looks
out.
really cool.
Doesn't it look neat? So let's go ahead and see if we can preview all toolpaths. Slow it down for a minute. Let's preview and see what it looks like. So yeah, CNC, for those of you who don't know, takes a router, which is essentially something that carves. It has router bits that carves. CNC is a machine that carves that for you. This was the top of the jewelry box that was on the CNC earlier this afternoon. This run took a lot longer than I thought it would.
I don't know. It looks like it's going to take a long time.
It does. I can speed it up. Watch. Let's go preview. We'll speed it up. There it goes. There it goes. So this is,
I mean, because when it's actually doing that through wood, it's going to have to, you know, not race that fast.
It takes a little bit of time, but it moves a lot faster than you think it would. Honestly, especially when it's doing those little fine cuts, those machines move the router so fast. So this is the box top. Come on, little machine. There it goes. Cut. It's really loud too, and which is kind of annoying. If the wind keeps up at its current rate, I might be able to pull off using it for late evening this evening to try and finish this thing before tomorrow. But that's one of the challenges I'm running into. So I
want a laser cutter so bad.
Oh, me too. I can put a laser on this.
I mean, there's one that I was just like, unfortunately, it's like ridiculously out of my price range, but just like a powerful laser cutter. But I may end up biting the bullet and buying like a I think it's called the Laser Pecker, which is a great name.
That's a terrible name,
isn't it? But it can do. I don't know. But it can do some of the stuff I'd really like, not all of the stuff. One of them is just like, one of the ones I'd really like is unfortunately like 30 grand. And I'm just like, I can't justify that.
Yeah, no. So that's what it looks like. That's the design for the top of that jewelry box. It carves it in there. And then let's see how it turned out. Go ahead and remove this from the stream because I brought it up here.
Now, are you leaving it as like an indented wood shape, or are you putting something in those? Focus!
Focus! Why is it not focusing? Come on, focus. Focus! Look, none of my tech is going to work. So that's what it ended up turning out like. I have to round the edges over. There's the top. So it's a little box top. It'll go on. Hold on, a little costume jewelry that she's going to love.
Nice. So it looks like it is sort of indented there.
Yeah. It's also, that's all that's carved in. And then I'll round over the edges, sand it down, polish it up, and get it ready.
I mean, the thought I had would be to take that and mix like some blue sparkle epoxy and then smear that across the top and then sand it down to the wood. So you've got the epoxy only in the sort of indents.
I might be able to do that. I don't know. I have 24-hour curing epoxy. The thing is, the birthday is tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think you got time.
But it turned out pretty cool. I like the way it worked. And this is probably one of the most intricate designs I've done on the CNC yet.
That looks amazing, man.
I was really impressed with how it turned out.
Like, that looks amazing.
Really fine. It actually turned out pretty great.
You're going to make everyone else at that party jealous.
Well, I got to finish it. So I have to finish it, and I have to get some finish on it. So that is going to be the rest of my evening this evening. After the conclusion of this live stream, I will be doing that in the shop. And I was trying to, do you end up finding yourself in the shop then realizing I should film something and then the filming kind of takes a little bit longer than you thought it would?
I mean, I do leather work. Everything in leather work is super freaking slow. So I don't know. I kind of feel like yes. I'm debating because I do have internet out to my leather shop right now. So I'm debating whether I should go there.
Zora hasn't eaten it yet?
She hasn't eaten it yet.
Fair. Okay.
So I'm debating that. But I don't really have a project on the go. The thing that I had on the go is like a leatherwork project that required some use of the airbrush, and I don't have the airbrush thing, so I'd have to start a new secondary project, and I don't know what it would be right yet. So I gotta ponder. What should I make?
I don't know. What do you want to make? Here's the thing with the ADHD stuff. If I tell you to make something that you do not feel inspired to make, you will not make said thing.
That is true. I'm just trying to think of what it should be. Ideally, something that doesn't require a whole lot of cutting, because if it does, then if it requires cutting, then I can't be on screen because I don't have my cutting station by that. And I got to clean up my garage, so my cutting station is a mess.
Yeah. Messes are fine. They're annoying, but they're fine.
I'm moving to Belgium.
They have a bunker in their yard? That's wild. So, yeah. Heart-shaped aisle. I think I'm leaning towards this. I know the epoxy stuff is cool. I think I'm going to lean towards this because, one, I don't have time. So when I say I put a finish on it, I have to put a finish on it to preserve it, to keep it safe.
Is that going to be like an epoxy finish or like an oil?
No. It'll just be like an oil finish.
Yeah, that I think will look really nice. And also with kids, I don't know how old she is, but I always like to think of, it's older. I'd still go with a food grade oil.
There are toddlers in the house. So my brother has 5 kids, and this is the second. Oh, yeah. Something that, So I
like
think
walnut oil or something. Yeah. Danish oil.
ABQ cat question. What happened to the cat bag, Ian? There's some inspiration for you.
So here's the problem with the cat bag. I ordered it, and the company, I ordered the template, and they sent me a cheap, crappy one because it's got various pieces that are falling out. So I need to get them to send me a replacement. I will. Once I get that, I will. I got to sort of get that together, but once I have that, I will get back to it. But for right now, it's not working right.
Yeah. 5 tiny humans. It's a lot of tiny humans. It's a lot of tiny humans in that house. I can stay in that house for like a day. It's a lot of noise and a lot of food and a lot of just disaster. There's always someone crying. Always. It just can't be stopped. Can't be stopped, can't be helped. But it is what it is. So, yeah. But I love all of them. I love all of my nieces and nephews. Truffle Hound, thank you for the super chat. Also, shout out to Kristen M96 for my present, which is currently in the care of Mama Hound. You're the best. Kristen M96 designed and made all the robots that are sitting back in the jury. So, yeah, shout out to Kristen. Let's do this. I want to fly through some of the super chats while Ian is currently doing what he's doing. Kathy, thank you. Taxman, tell me. Let me tell you how it will be. There's one for you, 19 for me. Kind of. Special K, thank you. Ian, can you sing us a song this week? I didn't do my taxes because I got high. I didn't do my taxes because I got high. I don't know if that's the appropriate thing that you want to be saying to the IRS man, but you got the raw version. Mora, thank you. Neurospices, when you hear a voice from the kitchen, honey, why is the jelly in the pantry and the peanut butter in the fridge and you have no memory of doing that? Accurate. Or, people always say, where did I leave my keys? The answer is always the freezer. It is always the freezer. Nicole Christine, mom brain example. I once tried to unlock my front door by pressing the button on my car key while 9 months pregnant. I can see that happening. That is wild. Okay. Hopefully you did eventually find out that you were not able to do that. Ancient Maverick, thank you very much. Hunkering down with the pups in the case of tornadoes. Be careful. Please be safe. They didn't get a walk tonight and I'm about to go nuts. Your safety is better than anything else. Robin Silver, thank you for the super sticker. Here for years, thank you. Turned 59 at the end of February. Only recently have I accepted it. Getting older sucks. Please pray for me. I pray for a lot of people. I'll throw you in those prayers as well. Getting older, there's some things that are awesome about it, some things that suck about it. It's kind of a double-edged sword. Vez, thank you. After 4 days of grading paper and a migraine, you guys are my reward. Thank you both for being you. Thank you, Vez. I'm sorry you had the migraine. Rachel, the only lawyer I like was James. Also, Rob, eat. Yeah, I'll try to eat. When we get into some of the interview stuff, I might go grab a bite while I'm pulling that up on stream. Brentwood Chic, I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. Thank you. Glad you're here. Charlene, thank you. Show of hands. Who's turned on the coffee maker and forgot to put the pot under it? Yep.
Not me, because I don't consume coffee, but
coffee can put me to sleep.
I drink cola for the same purpose.
Yeah. Cola and Red Bulls, they will put you to sleep as well, because it's a weird thing. Neurodivergent counselor, thank you again. My meds are beautiful for the ADHD side of my neurospicy brain, but the autistic side still has struggles. But my meds allow me to see the struggles a bit better. I say that's my meds. Let me pull thoughts when I want to. The meds that you say that your meds help you pull thoughts when you want to. Yeah, it's an indexing thing. I agree. Emma Daisy, thank you very much. Owen's a strategy. Make himself look annoying on purpose. This will make his client look more tolerable. I have to think of this as a way or realize how bad an actual lawyer is at lawyering.
I actually thought Owens found his stride at the last day.
Oh, yeah. The last day was a different version of Owens that we have not seen for that trial.
I was like, where has this guy, his close wasn't perfect. There were some rambling moments. There were some points where I was like, there's no organization, but it was punchy. He had lots of good moments in it.
He really did. He really did. I came around on him. Like he ended up, I thought he definitely grew. Yeah. Yeah.
He hit her. He's now asking for $3 million.
Yes.
It's unfair.
Boom,
I was
boom,
like,
boom. Yep.
He
did well.
Now
he did very well during close, and he was confident in his case. It was a different version of him. It was pretty cool. Nick Loss, thank you. Lead defense nodded off during jury instructions held at 36. I saw part of that. That was the Michigan v. Brown, I think was the case. Trigger warning to anyone who wants to check that case out. There was a canine unit responding. The canine took a shot to the head. The canine ends up surviving. The dog survives, and the dog walks into court, gets walked in by the handler, and stands in front of the jury. Apparently, everyone was crying. That's a warning. You will see that if you want to check that trial out, but the dog does live, so remember that part as well.
I mean, the thing about it never hurt the dog.
No.
The sympathy will be 100% against you if you hurt the dog.
Yeah. Marvin CZ, thank you. It's marvelous watching Ian in the middle of a speech. Sometimes processes follow-up thoughts. Words bubble to the surface. Ian samples them and eventually chooses the right one to continue with. That's a really accurate paragraph right there. Very accurate. Chicken Head, PK Neely, thank you. We live across from Victoria. Hi from the rainforest. Hi.
Hello.
Betsy
Oh,
teaches. Thank you.
west
What?
coast of BC is fantastic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I would love to own property out there, and it's all stupid expensive.
It's the views.
The views, the fishing, like the weather, all of that. I'm just like,
Everyone's
yeah.
also super chill, like super relaxed.
Depends where you are, because some parts of BC's west coast are chill because they're like the descendants of hippies and also some old hippies. And some parts of BC are like super Karen-y. And I hate using the term, but like,
I know we need a better word for that, but
we need
until we have one, we're gonna have to.
Yeah. Like, I know a guy who lives in an area where he bought this property to go deer hunting, and people nearby decided that they didn't like that he was hunting. And so they actually incorporated a town in order to create a bylaw to prevent him from hunting on his own land that he got for the purpose of deer hunting.
Oh my gosh, no. Betsy teaches. Thank you. I'm type A, and my husband and teen were just diagnosed with ADHD this year. Darling explains so much. It does. Lindsay, is there a limit on how many Ethernet cables you can deduct, or did those go to Zora's taxes?
I don't know if I can deduct the Ethernet cables. Maybe I should try.
I think you might be able to. How many did you have to buy?
I think I'm on my like fifth Ethernet cable
chuckle. Now. It's the chuckle. It's the subtle little.
Well, she won more often than not. Let's go with that.
She's persistent.
Oh, and she's so destructive when she wants to be. She's not normally a chewer, but when she decides she wants to tackle something, she just
there's no hope.
Well, it was literally at the one point, my wife was out there, and she just looked to one side, looked back, and Zora was there with the cable in two pieces, and she's like, "Seriously?"
Yeah. Zora's like, watch me, bet, I got this. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
not awesome, but funny. Kristen, thank you. I interrupt myself 10 times. Circle back. They all complete, but end up in a giant thought knot. Just a normal day for me. Accurate. Suzanne, thank you. Chocolate vodka martini in Sandpoint, Idaho. Thank you. Jung Min Shelley, thank you. Law number, please review the Zachariah Anderson case. Lots of family law-ish. Link up with Peter. I've reviewed that case. I don't know that I can add that he was convicted in that case. I have reviewed it. I don't know there's much I can add to it. So I will defer to Peter on that one for right now. But I did see that case when it was there. And I made some comments on it. You can check my Twitter about that. Samantha Stein is sending a super chat before Rob gets demonetized for bath bombs. Thank you, Samantha. Crazy Cat Queen. Once microwave food, got distracted, and it was there 3 days later when I went to heat something else up. They clearly use a lot of preservatives. They do. Alyssa, thank you. Poll for the weirdest trial moment. I vote the mechanical cow milker. That was so freaking weird.
And it just didn't make any sense at the end. Like,
didn't.
He's like, that milker is executive function. And I'm like, I'm a guy who has executive function issues, and that makes no freaking sense. Like, what the heck? So, yeah, I just don't get that one at all. For the people who missed it, in the Paltrow trial, in closing, Sykes, the plaintiff's lawyer, went on this long thing about, so I'm a country lawyer, but I've never milked a cow, and I live in Salt Lake City, but I'm a country lawyer who was born in the city. And so he takes me over to milk this cow, and I try to milk the cow. And then as I'm trying to milk the cow, it's really hard. I only got a little bit of milk. And he connects this electric milker to it. And the electric milker was so much easier, and he couldn't get his job done without the electric milker. And I'm going, what? What? Like, we're just sitting there looking at this going, is this happening? Is this, is he going somewhere? And he's like, executive function is the electric cow milker. And I'm going, huh? Huh? Um, I just didn't get it at all.
No, it made no sense. Sorry, guys. Had to go get a little ice pack because my computer is liking to warm up a little bit. So I have a little thing in the freezer. It's like a cool pack that I can put behind the computer to help cool it off.
Rob,
don't. We've had this discussion. We're going to continue having this discussion.
Is this a laptop or?
It's my little Microsoft Surface. When I take it throughout the house, like it goes and I take it down and I run the CNC and I bring it back up here. When I switch from one setup to another, it has a little moment where it's like, what process do we run? What do we shut down? And I was late today because microphone, and I didn't get to restart and try to begin it again.
Can I recommend that you maybe get one of those like little, they make things for your laptop that have venting and so forth and cool it off?
I know, Ian, you can recommend a lot of that. I've asked you, I need recommendations for a computer.
I just end up going to Memory Express where I am. They've always done well for me in terms of like, I have X much money, I want Y much computer, and they're like, we can do that.
Wait, what is Memory Express?
Do they
give me memory?
They only sell computer stuff, but yeah, they built the computer that's next to me, and it's got water cooling, it's got all sorts of fun stuff. It can, if I play games that are like now, current games, and fire them up to maximum settings, it runs them just fine, but it dumps heat, and so the room heats up in a big way.
New computer. Too many new tools. There's too many tools to buy. I need a computer, though. I do need a new computer. Brianna, thank you. Meds are a must for classes or wouldn't get work done in classes I'm not invested in, i.e. organic chemistry. Pre-veterinary is hard with the neurospiciness. Any advice on focusing when meds don't seem to be enough? Thanks. I've got a couple. Ian, do you want to give your best?
I mean, the thing is I'm sufficiently neurospicy that I'm into like weird categories. I pretty much have to do multiple things. I got thrown out of a class for goofing off in the eyes of the prof, but really what I was doing is giving my brain enough things to do that I could deal with more than one thing. Because if I'm not doing more than one thing, my brain just shuts right down. So I literally got through some of my classes like playing video games in class. And
that's one thing. So there are people that are, so I'm a kinetic learner and I'm kinetic auditory. So I learn more by listening and by physically doing than I can by reading. But the problem is the auditory decides it wants to predominate every now and then, and the kinetic decides it wants to predominate in other times. So what I will do is I'll put like an audiobook on in my head to basically distract the ear part of my brain and the hearing part of my brain so that I can focus on what I'm reading and doing in front of me. And the kinetic learner part of me, I use different colored pens and highlighters, and I create a system. And by switching between pens, highlighters, and colors, I can engage a different part of my brain where I make the activity more enjoyable because I'm creating something that's kind of like artistic in that sense, and it can help me recall stuff.
That never works for me because if I've got a bunch of multicolored stuff, pretty soon I'm drawing something and like class is gone.
And I think that's the answer. The answer is you try a bunch of these different techniques and you find out what works the best for you. I had a doctor once, there was someone in the chat a while back who said that they taught someone who was neurospicy via a gum chewing method where they had 5 different flavors of chewing gum. And when the kid was studying a certain topic, they would eat one of those flavors of chewing gum so that when it came test time or it came to class time, they would put that flavor of gum in their mouth and it would trigger their brain to say, okay, it's time to do this in that moment.
And there's some indication that like memories can be triggered like that as well. So that's an interesting. I mean, you got to try different strategies. Look up. There's a whole bunch of different strategies, but they work. Which ones will work for you is kind of a crapshoot.
Very unique.
And like lots of people say lists for attention deficit. Lists are a great way for me to lose lists. Like I'll make a list and then I'll forget the list exists, and then I'll find it 6 weeks later and be like, oh yeah, I was supposed to do all these things and I never got any of them done. I better save this list, and then it's goodbye. Like it's gone again.
Yeah, or lists. I'll create a list and then I'll create a sub list and another list and another list because nothing on the list is anything I want to do in that moment. So I create a list of things I want to do. It's work with what you've got. There's plenty of tips. Figure out the time of day that works best for you, the methodology that works best for you, and focus on that and try different things. You'll find it. You will. Lita, thank you, Rob. Great to see you get a shout out on the behavior panel. Also enjoyed you with Spidey Behavioral Arts. Yeah, we had a good time filming that. Thank you, Lita. Shanta, you can say bomb. Some streamers say thanks for the 5 bomb for super chats. No problem. Okay. All right. Erica, thank you very much. Hey, Rob, I finally made it to the channel. Happy to now be a part of this community. Hi again, Ian. What a pair. By the way, just call me Erica. Hi, Erica. Thanks, guys. Cheers to everyone on this frenzied Friday night. Cheers, Erica. Cheers indeed. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the chat, enjoy the dialogue, enjoy some of the neurospicy conversations and content, and we try to keep these things enjoyable. Truffle Hound, quick shout out to Renlu. I apologize. The timing didn't work today. I'm in Melbourne, and we were supposed to lunch. Secret coming for you next. Okay.
Da da da.
Exactly. Bea. Question: how do they determine which trials will be televised? Which one will we be covering next? I have no clue. Rust is prelim hearing is April.
I'm going to be looking at Rust, definitely. I don't know what else, but Rust is definitely on my list because it involves
the hearing
shooting.
They had yesterday.
I didn't watch it live. I've watched it now. It was actually today.
Oh, it was today. Okay.
Yeah. Dave Hall's guilty plea.
Oh, so, he got probation, didn't he?
He did.
Interesting.
Yeah, there was some interesting discussion in it, but I'll probably put it on and we'll, at some point, and we can talk about it.
He's a cooperating witness?
He is required to be a cooperating witness. It's a term of his probation.
Well, there you go. So Rust is in the forefront. Koberger is in the forefront. Those are cases that are coming up. Honestly, I cover what I can, what I have the capacity to cover, because I still do run a law practice. So it can be,
kind
of tiring.
I need some shop time at some point to, to get my brain reset. I've been on a stream every day, like every evening this week. And I'm also going out to a competition tomorrow morning. And I don't know when I'm going to actually get shop time, but maybe I'll do that now. Maybe I'll head into the shop. And if you're okay with, hey, here's Runkle from in the shop.
Yeah, you just can't like when you hammer, you just have to remember to mute.
I will remember to mute if I hammer or like bust out the Dremel or any of that stuff.
Yeah, go ahead, do that. We're going to pull up the juror interview. I'll try to burn through super chats so that maybe you'll be in the shop by the time I pull that up, because I do think you want to see that.
I definitely do. So I will be I'll be back as soon as I can.
We'll see you in a minute.
See you in a minute.
All right, thank you, Bea. Melanie, thank you very much. That is beautiful. That's in reference to this, I assume. Thank you. It turned out pretty cool. I did film the process of trimming up and cutting the wood from roughed up to the clean walnut. So I will be trying to put that out at some point as a short. I haven't figured out when, but I will. I'll try. Thank you, Melanie. Jen, thank you. Rob, have you ever built a book nook? I build it from kits, but some woodworkers create them from scratch. Nice hobby to moderate the pipe. Oh, are those the? It's basically like a street scene that fits on the bookshelf, like in between all the books. That's super intricate, like little small pieces. I've always wanted to build one of those. The best I've done is I've done a dollhouse. I've done a dollhouse that was essentially an exact replica of the house for the person that was building it. And that was fun. I like doing that. Those detail projects are so tough, though. They're so difficult. That's a cool idea, though. I think I want to try that. Sandy, thank you very much. Q Reverie, I don't super chat you enough. Q Reverie, you guys all show so much love to the channel, to me, to Ian, to my friends. Honestly, I can't ever thank all of you enough. I really, really can't. It's been really overwhelming. It's been amazing. We're coming up on almost a year of the channel being around. I can't even fathom that. People ask me, would you be here? Did you have any idea you'd be here at this point? No, not a clue. Not a clue. Nothing. But I love it. I have fun all the time. Jess Rubery just got a notice that jury foreman from the GP trial is talking to Court TV. Interesting. Let's see. YouTube. Let's see if Court TV might have that. And they always play this thing, so I don't want to hear that in the background. Court TV fought the show, blah, blah, blah. The verdict. I don't see it on their YouTube website. Let me see. Because that's where I end up pulling these streams from. It's got some of the other jurors, but not what I'm seeing from Paltrow. Let's see if I just do a quick filter. Dun, dun, dun. It's still all their live streams. We'll pull the juror we have right now. I imagine that they will. We'll see more of this going along. These jurors who came back pretty quick with the verdict within 3 hours, so I imagine we'll see more of that as time goes by. Sandy, thank you. Robin, my youngest son could be twins. He even agrees if you guys come to Arizona, stop for a home-cooked meal. I am in Arizona quite often. My mother lives in Oro Valley. So, well, she lives part-time in Oro Valley and then part-time here with me. So, yeah, I'm in Arizona quite a bit. I love Arizona. I love the desert. It's fantastic. People don't think enough about the desert, but it's really some of the coolest, most beautiful colors I've ever seen. It's really pretty amazing to be down there. Marty, thank you. I'm knitting a shawl based on the ancient Fibonacci sequence. Math as an homage to Dr. Schur of the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. It's also my gift for a very geeky MD. That's really cool. I like these types of gifts. Those are really fun. Thank you for sharing that. Rua, coffee puts me to sleep too. People are genuinely bamboozled when I tell them that. It's pretty wild. Azam, thank you very much. I'm glad to see you here. Good morning from Malaysia. Hi, Rob. Hi, Ian. Rob, you're mentioned by Chase Hughes from the Behavior Panel about Gwyneth Paltrow. Thank you. Please collaborate with him too, Rob. I had a conversation with Spidey today, and I'm not going to preview what it is that we're probably going to be collaborating on because Chase and Spidey are good friends too. So there's a very good prospect for a Chase Hughes, Spidey, and Rob collaboration in the near future. Very, very high probability. It's just a matter of timing and getting us all on the same page for filming. But yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Azam. Glad to see you here. Thank you. The real Sarah, thank you. We had a tie competition between Runkle versus Rob's Unicorn. I've got so many cool ties right now. It's so cool. Gail, thanks for joining. Torin, thank you. Need to turn in early, but we'll be ordering silk for Rob's braid tomorrow. About 2 weeks left on Ian's braid. My CNC router is an open builds. Oh, those are fun because then you can basically do so many customizable options to it. But the problem with the customizable stuff is it can be kind of intimidating if you don't know what you're doing. Oh, they have a cool forum. bookmark this link. Bookmarked. Very cool. That's a cool rabbit hole I'll jump down at some point in time. Here for years. Thank you very much. Lawyer stuff. You're about to question your own witness, but you know they're going to lie. What do you do? So you have to ask them the question. You have to give them the opportunity to testify. They have that right. You ask them the question, and then as far as what your candor to the court supersedes your candor to, or your ethical responsibility and privilege. However, you must have actual knowledge that what is being said is a lie. It's not enough to have suspicions. It's not enough to be pretty damn sure. It's not enough to be almost convinced. You have to actually know that what's being said is a lie. And then after they say the lie, you correct the record. If you anticipate that they are going to lie, you have an obligation to tell them not to. If they are still going to testify and you have an idea they are going to lie, you have to tell them essentially that if they do, you have an obligation to correct the record. And then when they do lie, you have to give them the opportunity to correct the record themselves before you do so. So it's a staged process, boom, 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 that you have to go through to end up walking through that from start to finish. And if the client still wants to testify, still wants to do it, you could have them testify in the narrative. You can, but it's subject to that caveat, and it's actual knowledge. It really is a pretty high burden. I have had to correct in my entire career. I've had to correct one client, and it was with regard to a document that client produced. And I had to actually correct because I had the actual document. That was a tough case. Yeah, I had the actual document. And the one that the client sought to introduce was not the actual document. And I had to correct that. And I gave the client the opportunity. They demurred, and I had to correct the record. Very uncomfortable. You don't ever want to be in that position. So, Alyssa, what if they lie about you like Amber did to her lawyers? If they lie to you, not a whole lot you can do. And if they lie about you, they just do. Lawyers have to jump on a lot of grenades. Hard part of the job. Stephanie Coker, when will we find out what the judge decides about if Sanderson has to pay Gwyneth Paltrow's legal fees? I think that'll be within the month or within a month or two. They're going to have to put on evidence to make that determination. It's going to be a separate motion. So we will see when that comes out. I imagine it will be reported. So we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, that's going to be a separate argument. Lynn went to my son's wedding, which was held in Victoria, British Columbia. My first trip there. Would love to go back someday. Beautiful area. It is beautiful up there. Katja, thank you very much. Ian, really enjoyed your recap yesterday. Threw me into a laughing fit. I have been watching those recaps religiously. I was in the back end of that one and kind of helping him pull chats. So I've been enjoying that as well. Azam, thank you very much for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Karen, thank you very much. I'm here because of the behavior panel. Shout out to this channel and yesterday's Gwyneth Paltrow video. Howdy from a Texan in Kentucky. Well, Karen, welcome. I hope you're enjoying some of the conversation. We talk about all kinds of stuff, usually law-related. Some neuro-spicy stuff ends up in the mix, especially on Fridays. Friday Night Frenzy is a unique little show. It's called that because generally we go from topic to topic to topic, and it's kind of decompressing from the week. But glad you're here. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope you enjoy the content and the chat as well. Mora, thank you. Husband killed the microwave by forgetting to put the water into the yakisoba. Horrible smoke. Oh my gosh. And once a microwave gets that smell, there's no getting the smell out of that microwave. That's rough. Burf 90, that mechanical milker story was one of those stories he'd saved for years, waiting to find a way to use it. It didn't apply. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Everything about those closing arguments from the plaintiff's side looked as though there was going to be, it was almost like a concession. It was almost like they were asking, like, hey, find a compromise. Don't blame our guy. I don't know that I didn't like the play as close. I thought it was weak. I thought James did a great job in closing. Owens did a good job. So it was kind of progressively getting better, right? So Sykes goes, and it was a disaster. Bueller goes, and it was kind of a little bit better, but it was also super compromising. They also didn't talk about any of the liability stuff. They didn't talk about the liability stuff. They just kind of assumed it. Then they went to like damages and explain stories. It didn't make sense. It wasn't logical. It wasn't linear. It didn't really track. Anyways, Bueller gets down and sits down. Then Owens gets up and gives his part of the closing. A little bit scatterbrained, but also the thing I liked about his closing was it was very confident. He took a very, very firm position. He hit her, like Ian said earlier. He hit her and he sued her. Very direct, very confrontational, and that type of thing can be really, really impactful for a jury. Then James gets up and delivers his part of the closing, and I thought he was great. He appeared to be nervous, but I thought that was more in the timing issue. He only had like 10 minutes. I think it got cut short, so he felt like he was racing through some of the stuff, but very good delivery, and it felt compromised. It was kind of saying you don't have to blame somebody, but this is the right outcome. It was very good. And then the other defense or the other plaintiff's counsel got up in his closing, and I thought he was pretty good as well. But yeah, the plaintiff's closing just didn't make any sense whatsoever. Rachel, thank you very much. The stuff about how you can't get blown on a mountain with skis was an interesting moment as well. There was a lot. It was a lot. There's some funny comments on Twitter. If you guys ever go check out Ian on Twitter, he gets animated about that stuff. SDR, thank you, Ian. We have a debate on the chat about your tie. It says, I say it's Gryffindor. Please explain the tie. I'm going to save this. I'll pull it back up. Still a Widow, thank you very much. Have y'all seen Clark Kent on Spotify? He's an amazing singer-songwriter. Ian's been shouting him out all week. Yeah, go check him out on Spotify. Heart-Shaped Isle, thank you. Sykes' lecture on the brain injury for Utah lawyers, continuing education. Wow. Sykes lectures on brain injury for Utah lawyers. Okay. Based on his cross-examinations, I'm not going to speak ill of the man, but that's something. Maybe it was the case. I don't know. So that's interesting, though. Thanks for sharing, Heart-Shaped Isle, because I would not have expected that. Rua, coffee with sweet sleep too. People are usually miswide by that. Yep, they are. Can't understand it. Canonical Heat, thank you, Ian. Same. I read in the back of the class. I read in the back of the class all through kindergarten to 12th grade, but I could answer the question when asked. Ian will have like 5 screens going at one time. And very rarely will I catch him off guard. And I can always tell where he's looking that he's doing something else different. Like ordering something on Amazon, like a neti pot, for example. Keely Hanahan, thank you. Owens, hot mic moment of the verdict made me laugh. Didn't he? Yeah, he was like, yes. He said something like awesome or something like that. It was pretty funny. Forgot the mic was there. Ayers 7403, thank you. Chilling with a Pepsi after a grape-sized hail tornadoes, waiting to watch Iowa Hawkeyes women's Final Four. Thank you always for the fun. Thank you for being here, Ayers, and I hope you enjoy watching that, and I hope that the weather chills out a little bit. We could use a little bit less of that spicy weather. Kimberly, fine, thank you. Do you find it helpful to have hand-brain task? Busy work for the hands to be mindless, creative, and brain tasks simultaneously to function as an adult. That is a tactic that I take quite often. That's actually why I will be in the shop a lot. That's where I do most of my thinking, because if I'm doing something that's mindless, for example, milling lumber, I can get a lot of thoughts done because my hands are active and engaged, but I'm able to process things in my head that I couldn't otherwise do. So yeah, I do like splitting that difference. Neurodivergent counselor, thank you very much. I do a lot of guest speaking for graduate class and always geared towards neurospicy brain engagement. And I can always tell when I've entered a neurotypical class. Yep. And then explaining it to people and having them say, your brain works like that? Yeah, it can get kind of wild. Patricia Johnson, thank you. I'm 70 playing a game. The Long Dark takes place in Canada and listening to you and playing with the 4-month puppy between. I can't do one thing only. Might I have ADHD? I don't know. I don't give diagnoses. I just explain my challenges, my struggles, what I go through. And I have heard several people that have, after having these discussions or watching, say they've gone and gotten tested and that they came back with diagnosis they didn't expect. So it can be interesting. You can get tested. I would encourage that. Go get tested. See if that is a possible diagnosis. Disney Nerd 85, thank you very much. Planning a wedding in 8 months with ADHD without lists would have me in a panic. Oh, I had to buy a planner to keep my ADHD in check. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I will do hyper organization to try and manage that. That's another trick that I had in my shop. My drawers are laid out meticulously. Everything has a place. Everything has a place. And I need it to be laid out that way, because if it's not, I end up in a lot of trouble. So hyper organization and creating that setting for yourself is really important. Also, cleaning the house. Cleaning the house. If your brain is scattered usually, and you come home to a scattered or cluster, like just a mess of a house, you are not going to be able to form linear and coherent thoughts. Create an environment that you can operate within and maintain that environment. It's a huge asset. Alyssa Ramirez. Oh, I'm going to save this for when Ian comes back. Let me get through some of these additional things. Just give me one moment. Star some additional stuff. Oh, yes, Ramadan Kareem, folks. I guess it's Ramadan. I didn't know that. Hide that one. And then I will do this. Let us welcome to the stream someone from the West Coast who I don't know that they know what they're getting into, but we're going to just make her dive right in. Hi, Bree.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. Now, if my voice sounds a little funny, it's because I busted my microphone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
How?
like today. I bumped it, and I basically bumped it to the point where the USB like extension into the microphone snapped.
Oh, wow.
So I had to get my little shop lav mic.
It doesn't sound too bad.
It works. It is what it is. You just you move on. So how you doing, Bree?
I am doing good. I'm happy it's Friday.
What was your
How
week
are you
like?
doing?
It was
long and a little boring, honestly. I was kind of running out of things to do. So hopefully I have a better week next week.
Did you organize your entire house?
No, I did not. I've been avoiding organizing my house, but I'm talking more at work.
So basically, you just did everything except for organizing the house.
I still worked. It just was not as much work as I hoped to come in, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense. You know, sometimes it's that when you have that time off, just resting, because your brain is so like just beat, and you don't realize it until after you sit down for a second. You're like, I have zero motivation to do anything right now.
Yeah. And then you just want to sit there, chill, do nothing. So I went to work, had slow days, and then came home and chilled. I did not go to the gym. I had a bad week. Okay.
You know what? Every now and then you need that. You need that.
Yeah.
Like, you just say, F it. You make the comfort food. You sit on the couch. You just don't have the motivation. And you use that to kind of decompress and go into the next week. I like to reset stuff.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So it's pretty wild. No, Runkle.
Okay, I'm popping in. Where? Oh, go for it.
No, Runkle's in the shop. I can see him down there. He's looking for his headphones. So he's running around the house looking for headphones because I can see him in the shop. But he is coming back. Yeah. He went to the shop while we were pulling some of this stuff. So have you kept up with any of the Paltrow case?
I popped in here and there. I have to do like a rewatch this weekend. I covered it a little bit on my channel yesterday.
Okay, so you were basically kind of caught up to where the verdict was?
Yes, I watched the verdict yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, did you know that the jurors are now giving their interviews?
I have not seen any interviews, and I was not online today, so no, I didn't know that.
No? Really?
Yeah, no. I was
Well,
planning a trip, a vacation, so
oh, where are you going?
Punta Cana in Dominican Republic.
I don't like you right now.
It'll be in May. It'll be our honeymoon, so I'm excited, but it's a lot of work to plan.
That'll be so much fun. You'll have a lot of fun with that. I hope you have a lot of fun with that.
I hope
Did you
so.
get all the planning done or just some of it?
No, I just booked the hotel, the flight, and the transfer, but we got to plan all of the excursions.
Yeah. The excursions are some of the fun part. Like that's like take the time, book the right ones, have some fun with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I've actually already been there, but it was a couple years ago, so I'm hoping it's a different experience this time.
It's always different. Every time you go to a new place, just go and explore, have some fun. I'm a big person with food. Like when I go somewhere, I want to eat all the food that place has.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I'm like that too, but we're actually staying at an all-inclusive, and I'm like a little iffy because sometimes the food is not the best, but it seemed hard to find local food in Dominican Republic. So I don't know if I did the best option.
Interesting. Well, so I have been making charcuterie boards, like actually physically making them. Can I share a video? I uploaded this for my members only, and I'm going to go ahead and share it here because it's kind of fun. Let me see if I can get the audio. Let me see if it's playing. I'll play it in a sec. Give me 1 second. Make sure it's actually working.
Okay, charcuterie board.
Well, it's a charcuterie board, but it's a shark.
Oh,
Board.
Let's
all right.
See. Are you posting these on TikTok?
No, I did a little 60-second thing. It was a reel. It was fun.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cute.
So this was based on a request from a friend. And now I have to make like 9 million of them.
Oh, are you giving them to other people?
Well, yeah. Because it's a charcuterie board.
I thought you like made the cheese and the meat all cut up, but no, that's cool.
I did. Does she see it yet? She did. It did.
I see it.
It's there. It's up here too. It's the charcuterie board. So I've been playing with a lot of different designs and messing with them. So I've got that one. I've got another shark one, and then someone gave me the idea of doing a board that was like designed and drawn out like a like literally a Lunchables. So it's like a square with a divider, and it just has Lunchables written across it. So the generation of kids that got raised on Lunchables, surprised that they like charcuterie boards.
Or lack thereof, the Lunchables. I've heard that too.
Yep.
Wishing you can get a Lunchable, but it was too expensive. You had to just bring a sandwich.
Yep. And you sitting there and you see your friend open up. Oh, they had the pizza Lunchables. That was a really good one. And you were sitting there with peanut butter and jelly, and then you see your friend open up the Lunchable. She's like, "Can I have that?" No. Yeah.
I'm not sure what I walked in on.
We're talking about Lunchables and food and charcuterie boards.
You showed them the board then?
Yeah, yeah. I like designing this stuff and making this stuff because the world is that crazy that I need some way to find peace. Bree had a week off where Bree was basically like, world sucks. We're gonna take a week and just chill. And I was like, yeah. I had one of those the other week and I needed it so badly.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need about 3 of those.
Of those
So
weeks?
to make the shark,
Yes.
Your machine does it by itself, or you actually have to trace it with it?
So I have to program it. So I have to program it. I do the rendering, and then I put it into what's called a G code, which is basically a code that tells a pivoting machine to move in one direction on the x-axis, one direction on the y-axis, and one direction on the z-axis. And it basically creates a tool path and a pattern where the machine goes and then goes and routes it and cuts it, and then I switch the bits out, etc. It's a lot of fun. And someone in the chat was asking what type of CNC it is. That's a Shapeoko. They have different designs, but these machines are a lot of fun. And the problem is they're rabbit holes that once you dive into the rabbit hole, you just keep on learning more and more and more.
That's cool. I'm not that creative, so that was cool to see for me.
Yeah, you can. I've been trying to film more of it. So I made a jewelry box for my niece. That's the top of the box.
Also, I heard you calling me out with the whole, I keep my workspace all pristine, and I'm like, nope.
It's better than the sheet you had hanging last time you did that.
I mean, I've still got the green screen. It's just I can't pull it up right now without unburying it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. You guys ready to see some of the juror interview?
Yeah.
I watched that earlier. It's kind of interesting. So, yes.
Was it this one?
It was the nurse.
So this one?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. Let me see. So tell me if the audio is working, guys. And we're going to play this, watch it. I don't know if it's a full 16 minutes. And before we get rolling, I want to do this. Someone's asking what you making, Runkle. It looks like he's making coasters.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little simple goofing around project.
Raise your mic up a little bit. Like
Let me
find a way to lift it, like physically off of the ground.
That might be a challenge.
Okay. Then I'm just going to adjust your mic a little bit down.
Okay.
Because it's picking up some of the stuff dragging. Talk to me.
Ping, ping.
That's a little bit better. There we go.
I'm going to put it on some tape.
That's a good idea. Oh, I'm being told I have to swoop. I'm sorry. I'll swoop. Swooping. God, I love that swoop. It's so fantastic. So, all right, let's watch the interview and see what we have here. It says it's 16 minutes. I don't know that it is the full 16. We'll see what we learn, though, because I'm curious. I haven't seen this yet. I have not seen this this video.
Well, you've been missing out.
I have been. Alyssa, I see your chat here. I did want to pull that up. I'm sorry. That's not ADHD brain at all. I saved it. Where did I put it? And Alyssa, thank you for reminding me because I would have forgotten about it in a minute. For Ian, there you go. Oh, whoops. Dang it. It was this one. I've got a 1940s leather messenger bag ruined because it was an old ink stain. Ever think of making leather care YouTube shorts? How to clean leather, avoid cracking, wrinkles. That is a great suggestion. There are probably, oh yeah.
The problem is that there's so many different so many different types and ways and so forth. And so sometimes the first step is figuring out what kind of leather you have. Because the things that'll preserve and help protect one kind of leather will destroy another.
Like a suede versus a polished leather?
Yeah, and also just certain kinds of polished leathers and so forth. I'm going to move my face over a little bit because it looks like StreamYard cuts me off. So, yeah, certain kinds of polished leathers, like if they're waxed or the like, you can end up with problems if you do the wrong thing to them. Because like a waxed leather, if you do something that takes the wax off, will make it look terrible. So all of those it's kind of challenging for that.
And then there was another chat that was asking, I'm doing this quickly. I'm sorry, my brain got distracted. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. I will get back on topic. I promise you. My brain is a little all over the place right now, but there was a question. There we go. There's a debate in the chat about your tie, Ian. Is it Gryffindor? What's the tie?
It is a wood tie. I think it was sent to me by Lindsay.
Lindsay sent you one? Oh, they're so
She sent me a
cool.
tie. Yes, it's a great tie. And yeah.
All right. So we're going to play this. While I'm playing this one, here we go. Make sure we're good. Let's go ahead and watch what we've got from this juror.
Brian Leahy in Park City, where we are talking with juror number 11. She was, Sam Emery is her name. She was one of the jurors, the 8 jurors that decided the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial from yesterday. And Sam, thanks so much. We appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you.
How much was celebrity a factor in the deliberations and the verdict? Brian, your phone.
I can honestly say that it wasn't a factor. I think it's important, and I think it's important for the public to know that this was our decision, and this is based off evidence. This is based off the law. Everybody has to be looked at in the same way and counted as the same.
And in terms of the deliberations, what was it like in that room yesterday?
I think it was really exciting at first. So we've gone 2 weeks now and haven't been able to talk to each other at all about the case. So I think we are all very excited to finally share our feelings and be able to come to some conclusions and, come with a verdict.
So that gets me to a point that I made about the timing of this. There was some commentary about, why the jury was taking as long as they did. Why did it take 3 hours? Because you had an impression they were going to return pretty quick. And I made the statement that essentially these jurors haven't talked to each other. This is a very interesting social environment. They just saw 2 weeks of testimony. They might want to just chat for a minute. And
oh my God, didn't this trial suck?
Yeah, kind of. Because they haven't been able to say that. They haven't been allowed to say anything to each other other than like, hey, good morning, what's your life? What do you do? All this other stuff. So yeah, there's some time back there where it's like, did you remember this or this or this? So yeah.
We all hate Owens, right?
I don't know if they said that. They probably were going, did you find this thing weird? What about when the attorney asked questions about Gwyneth Paltrow? Did that seem weird to anybody else? Yeah, they're probably chatting about a bunch of that stuff. So
don't you just hate that guy's cough?
Oh. I felt bad because it was really annoying to listen to, but you knew he couldn't control it.
Sure, but they should not have had him running the close when he.
I know.
And the thing is, you can't control it, but the mics do have a mute. They do have cut the mic button, and
it's a hand. It's you just press the button.
Yeah, and it's just if I had something like that, I'd be riding that button, and I'd say I might have to cut out for a moment, but I'm just a simple country lawyer. I don't want to snort in your ear, and then I would never say simple country lawyer again in my freaking life.
Oh yeah. So let's see if we learn anything else. I can't really fix much of the volume, guys. I'll try to see if that helps.
So for 2 weeks, you're with the jury. I mean, the jury is leaving, entering the courtroom. You're talking,
Yes.
but you can't talk about the case.
Correct.
What'd you talk about?
Families, kids, dogs, work, just anything but the case. Basically, we got to know each other pretty well. And I can honestly say my fellow people of Summit County are amazing humans. And I
Very
can't wait to
common.
get back together with them.
Everybody
really
in
common.
on that jury is from Summit County.
Yes.
And so when finally you get the jury instructions and you have the questionnaire that's provided by the court, and you go back into the deliberation room, was it a sense of relief at that point that finally you can talk about this to one another?
Definitely some relief, definitely. And I think it was, for me at least, a little bit exciting, like I mentioned, just to be able to hear what everyone else was thinking. Are they thinking the same thing as I am? Or are we going to be in here for 3 days trying to figure this out? Like, I had no idea.
And what did you find out very quickly about what the other jurors were thinking?
I
Everyone
very
thought
quickly
Sanderson
found
was a
out
wank.
that we were, in fact, on the same page. For the most part, I think everyone had their own opinions, and but it just came down to that we all saw the same evidence, we all learned about the same laws, and we just had to come up with a verdict based on that.
And was there ever a doubt at one point as to what the verdict might be? Were there differences of opinion among the jurors?
Is that Zora or is that in the background of this video?
That's in the video because I muted because I realized that people could hear the plastic.
Okay. This is really impromptu. Are they in a kitchen?
It looks
They
like they're
must be
at her house.
They must.
Yeah,
be.
this has got to be at her house.
Interesting. Okay. So I think that's kind of curious because it's they said with the interview, like it's one thing to say a juror is willing to take an interview, but this juror was like, sure, come on by my house. Curious. She seems really open. Like, honestly, this is probably an awesome person to have on a jury.
I wouldn't say there was necessarily differences in opinions. I think some of the jurors had a more difficult time making an opinion at all, really, because it's really hard.
Didn't want to make a decision.
It's really hard to put somebody at fault, right? It's really hard to say, when you were not there, this is your fault.
Do we have to give any of them any money?
The evidence and the law, and that's how we, came to our verdict.
Was anybody?
That's the second time that she's referred to the law. And I'm curious about that. Like, you don't really often hear the jurors say we applied the law. A lot of times because it's based on their own personal experience, but the law is what the judge tells them the law is. Huh.
It's probably more from like instruction that you should be basing it on the law, and that simple fact that everyone thinks, oh, because she's a celebrity, they're going to give her a little bit more favor. So I think she's trying to make it a point that they didn't consider her celebrity. That's what I'm getting from it.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I think Bree, you've got to be right on that. That makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. She wants to make it very, very, very clear that this was not about who was in the courtroom, but about the law that we heard or the law that we applied. Okay.
Right, exactly.
That makes sense. I like her demeanor. Honestly, a lot of what she is saying here is better than I've heard from a lot of jurors that have given interviews in other cases. So,
yeah.
So far, I like her.
Yeah.
Pretty starstruck.
I didn't get that sense from my fellow jurors. Nobody was really talking about Gwyneth a ton. And I honestly, I don't think so. But we weren't really allowed to talk about the case, so I don't know.
Okay. And very quickly, you reach a decision. I mean, some juries go out for days.
Right.
This jury did not.
No.
Why was it so fast?
I think we had enough evidence, and it really, so 8 days of this was not just about who did this, it's about the damages, right? So all we needed to decide was who was at fault. And I think we had just such a long time to think about it and like process the evidence and because we were all clearly on the same page, it only took us about 2.5 hours. And yeah.
Were you surprised that all the jurors were on the same page?
Yes, I was surprised.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think she would say no because she
I
first said they
know.
were all on the same page. And if you think that you're pretty much right, most of the time you think people should also think the same way you're thinking. So
I
I'm
think
surprised
you
she said that.
I think you probably look around the room and you assume that with 8 people there,
Mhm.
somebody's going to disagree, right? Especially because I've heard that there were some older people on the jury, and I wonder if she was concerned that some of those people might have been sympathetic to him.
Mhm.
I don't know, but I mean, I'd be surprised even on a even on a jury like this. I would be surprised if there wasn't somebody who was leaning the other direction and maybe had to be talked around.
I'm
So
curious. That was really quick though. Like her response was very quick, very genuine. Like, yes, she was surprised that they were all on the same page. I wonder if she thought she was going to have there's going to be an argument. Now, 2.5 hours is it's not an inconsequential amount of time. It's not like they just got back there and said same page, good, coming back. They had dialogue. So,
I think she did mention that some people just didn't form an opinion at all. So I'm wondering if that included some of the dialogue.
that's probably it too. Because I'm kind of with Runkle on this one. Like when I walked out of that, I was like, just you go away, $0 awarded. Just go do your thing.
I thought that was entirely a very viable possibility on this one, was them just saying nobody gets any money, everybody goes away, which is still a win for Paltrow. Like even if she didn't get her dollar, that's still a win for her.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, she can eat her costs way more than Sanderson can, I think. So
I wonder how long it's going to take for her to get that dollar.
Oh, I don't think it's the dollar she's worried about. I think it's
I
the
know.
attorney's fees that she's going to argue. If I'm her, though, if I'm her or her PR team, I eat that loss. Like
if I'm her or her PR team, what I do right now is I reach out to her law firm and say, we are willing to eat the loss, but you sign a non-disparagement
yes,
and a non-disclosure.
Yes, you forever silence yourself. Yeah.
You never talk about this again. Oh, and you waive your right to appeal.
Yep.
Under those conditions, you walk away, not a single. But you know what? If I was Sykes, I also would have pulled out the dollar and waved it in court just to rub Owen's nose in it. And just wave it at him. Take the dollar, Owens.
The dollar. Yeah, here's the dollar. Just walk by counsel's table, walk by counsel table after the verdict and just put it down.
Slam
the table.
it.
Just wave it up and just be like, let the record show there's his dollar.
Release the judgment. Oh no. Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
Let the record
right.
show. He's got his dollar.
I don't know if they can I don't know if they can waive the attorney's fees, because I heard, and I don't know if this is all the way correct, but that an insurance company is covering her legal fees right now.
She can still waive it because she can tell the insurance company, I got this.
They'll
insurance
seek reimbursement from her.
Oh, they'll pay for it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
They'll have no problem if she says, hey, I got this. I'm paying for this out of my pocket. They'd be like, okay, that's the cost of dropping it.
Yeah.
So,
I, honestly, if you're Gwyneth Paltrow, that makes so much sense to me. Get the non-disclosure, get the non-disparagement.
If he's willing to sign it.
I can't. Like, yeah.
I feel like he's gonna keep talking about this.
I think so, unless you've got that agreement and you basically just.
I think he would breach it.
Well, yeah, but then at that point in time, then you go back in. You put an LD, you put a liquidated damages clause in there and say, this is the stipulated amount of attorney's fees. We will waive this and if you fail to abide by this agreement, all of this becomes a judgment.
Due immediately.
Yep.
Plus the attorney's fees for enforcing the judgment.
Correct. Yeah. Well, that's in agreements, period. That's always in there. This is interesting. Alyssa, so thank you for that. She said applying the law because she feels bad for TS, Sanderson, being she's a nurse. So this is the nurse.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. A lot of this is starting to make sense now.
I mean, even though you're spending 2 weeks with these people, you just don't know what's in their mind. You don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what they heard. You don't know their experiences. So I was surprised.
Was there for you an aha moment in this case?
I think there was. I don't think I really knew it at the time, but the entire case, I was waiting for somebody to talk about the slope angle of the slope, talk about how skiing works, and somebody who actually knew about skiing, right? Because this comes down to it. It's a ski accident. You know, you have to have some background in skiing. So when Dr. Juror came on, I was like, finally, yes, it clicks. It makes sense. There's an expert that's here to testify about what I've been thinking this whole time. Why did nobody skis release? If it
Yep. So this is interesting because the battle of the experts, you called him Dr. Egg, right?
Yep. And I mentioned I mentioned when Sure was on, I said one of the things that's really powerful is that this guy is specifically a ski expert.
Yep. Interesting. So now you're starting to see people calling him Math Daddy. He I thought he was really effective. Now
He was so good.
Take the drawings out of it, because the drawings were, I mean, listening to him talk, I'm not one to read innuendos, or if some people have said lumbruendos when they're just spicy takes on otherwise normal comments. But there was a point in time where it was like, sir, there is no way you don't recognize what you are saying. You have said hip, thrust, twerk, spread eagle with a drawing of two stick figures that were very clearly in a position that
here's how I imagine after trial went. He went back to where he works, walked in, looked over to one of his colleagues, held out his hand, and the colleague handed over $50, and he's like,
"Oh, $50!
You son of a, you did it!" And he's like, "Yeah, I did."
It was like, I bet I could use twerk in expert testimony, and he was like, "I bet you $50 you can't."
Well, he said torque, not twerk.
Yeah, torque. Yeah.
He said torque, but he said torque in a way that sounded like twerk.
Fine, I'll give you that one. But just like the drawing, I was just like, oh man.
Oh yeah, but he was also really good on cross. They tried to cross him, and they went after him really hard, and he was
laughing.
He was great. He was a very well prepped witness. Great expert.
Even that he was well prepped. He just knew his stuff.
Yeah.
And the guy crossing him didn't. And so a lot of the time he's sitting there and he realizes he's getting asked a stupid question and he's laughing at the stupid question. And then he's like, no, that doesn't work. He's like, why not? It's like, well, because skis go up at the front for one thing. And I was just like, damn, son, you just got owned by this, and he's just having a great time. He's like, you don't understand, you don't get it. Let me show you why you're dumb.
Well, he wasn't defensive.
He wasn't defensive. He was just, let me explain why that's wrong. He was confident. He was trying not to laugh too hard. But he was just like, this is silly. And I think it was a great attitude for him to take, because it made the cross-examiner look silly without making him look like a bully or condescending. He just looked like, he looked like a teacher who's trying to explain to a student, no, this theory that you're trying to push is a bad theory.
Well, and this comment is also really cool about experts. You could tell he loves doing what he does. That is so key, because that just shines to the jury. If you can tell that from on the other side of the screen, there is something infectious about people who truly love doing what they're doing and explaining it. They explain it in a way that's so much more impassioned. It's really pretty cool. I think he was probably the star witness for them.
Oh, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, aside from like, you got to have Paltrow to not mess it up, because the parties can always ruin it, right?
Yep.
Because if she'd gotten up there and not come off as credible, that's it. That's game. Give him his money. Like,
Yep.
so.
Yep. And Dr. Goldstein was the same way. I agree with this. Yes, I agree.
Yep.
Dr. Goldstein was very great. Was great too.
Yep. I really like Dr. Goldstein as well. What's her name? Ashkenazi.
I had different opinions
Ashkenazi
on
was.
her.
What's that?
I had different opinions on her.
I liked her.
We
Chat,
can
tell
agree.
Robbie's wrong. Ashkenazi
That's
was awesome.
Fine. It's fine. We can agree to disagree. But yeah.
It happened the way Terry Sanderson says it happened. Why did nobody's skis come off? And that for me the whole time did not make sense. But to hear it from an expert was what I needed.
So this was a biomechanical expert witness.
Yes.
And that was key to you.
That was key to me. He has a lot of background in snow science or snow safety, and he could really speak to how much force it would take at which point on the ski to make the skis release.
Okay. So
I was shocked that no one. This case was presented in a way, and it drove me crazy. They were all operating on the assumption that there was skiing knowledge on the jury.
Yeah.
Right? Bree, do
Never
you ski?
assume the jury knows anything.
Yeah. Bree, do you ski?
Oh no, I don't ski. I went snowboarding once a couple months ago. Never
So-
again.
For example,
That
never
bad, huh?
again. That was great.
That bad, huh?
Not a good time.
Hot tubs and cocktails, my dear. It solves everything.
Oh, I was hungover for sure. It was not a good time.
Oh, and a ski hill is bad for a hangover because it's so
Oh, yeah.
bright.
And you get dehydrated. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like if you're not really feeling the skiing, there's often like a great little ski chalet or whatever that you can ski to and then just hang out there.
Mhm.
well, let me do this because Bree, I'm gonna ask you this question because this is gonna be. I'm very curious. Do you know what a DIN setting is? And no one say it. Do you know what a DIN setting is?
No.
And I'm going to ask this. So I'm going to say this before this trial. Did you know what a DIN setting was? And chat, don't give it away. We're going to hang on for a second because I want this to run a little bit before we answer that. Okay? So no one cheat.
Me with my poor impulse control here.
Did you just cheat?
I didn't cheat. I'm just resisting the urge to blurt it out.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's continue listening, and then we'll pull that back up because I'm going to be very curious what the responses are.
what did you think of Gwyneth Paltrow's testimony?
I thought Gwyneth's testimony
You're not
was
showing the
truth,
screen.
ultimately, and
Dang
I
it.
think that
They're just looking
Could you-
at us.
You could hear
Fail
audio.
boat.
Could you hear audio though? I don't
Yeah.
do
Hear
that
audio,
often.
but all aboard the fail boat.
I don't do it that often. That was pretty bad though.
he has a lot of background in snow science, at which point on the ski to make the skis release.
Okay. So, what did you think of Gwyneth Paltrow's testimony?
I thought Gwyneth's testimony, was the truth ultimately. And I think that, I've said this, that you have to take into account she's an actress, but she's also in the spotlight, and she's also got to assume her entire life is recorded. I mean, the paparazzi are, I'm assuming, always around, even on the snow, So the thing is that she probably thought this whole thing was recorded, and somewhere out there it would come out. And I don't think she had any reason to lie under oath. So I believed her testimony. I think it was the facts.
Oh, bless your heart.
Bless your
Lord-
little cotton socks.
Bless your heart. I love it. I love it. Bless your heart. I will say that this is like, if I have someone on the jury, if I'm a criminal defendant, or if I'm representing a criminal defendant, Ian, how bad do you want this young lady or this woman on your jury?
Like 11 out of 10.
Yeah. So badly. The latitude that she is giving to both parties, that she is this is like a perfect, this is who you want, who basically is sitting here saying, I will receive all of the information before I process and render any judgment. And even when I do render judgment, I will be doing it with great hesitation. Yep. But
Meanwhile, in a criminal case, they walk in and they're like, hang him. And then you got to talk them out of that. And especially like we're in Canada where we don't actually have the death penalty, but they still want to do it. They wanted to do that from the moment they heard the charges.
But bless her heart, because this is the thing. Everybody lies. And I made this comment. I like making this distinction. So when someone takes an oath to testify, what do they say? They say they're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Well, there's three types of lies that exist. There's the outright lie, the falsification. There's the lie by omission, and there's the lie by exaggeration. Okay? And the oath that you take before you testify is supposed to encompass all three of those categories. And I will say that every witness I have ever come across in every family law case, every case that's emotionally charged, lies in one of those three categories. It is either an outright lie, a falsification, they're making it up. That is the I promise to tell the truth. Then there's the whole truth, where they lie by omission. They refuse to tell the whole truth. They omit something from their testimony because, and it's not even they're thinking about lying. They have a preferred outcome to the case. So they don't think it's a big deal to just leave that little bit out. You know, for example, I forgot to click my ski boot in, or they were looking at their phone at the time of the accident, you know, or there's the lie by exaggeration, which is that last part and nothing but the truth. So those three parts of the oath that you give are supposed to cut off all three of those categories of lies. And the lie by exaggeration is essentially the my truth, or the this is what occurred, and you overemphasize certain things that transpire. And I will tell you that every witness I have ever put on the stand, and it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that lie in that whole like liar. I'm saying lie because it is, everyone does one of those three things when they're on the stand, when they have a preferred outcome to the case. Everyone does. You put a certain gloss on the testimony that you're giving. And Ramon did it for Terry Sanderson. And then the ski instructor did it for Gwyneth Paltrow. They both put their own gloss on the case. This juror, when she's saying no one has a reason to lie, I love it. Go ahead, Bree.
Everybody lies.
I think it has to do with the same thing I said earlier. The fact that she's a celebrity, they have to acknowledge the fact that she's an actress. And in that moment, I believed her. So no, I don't think she was acting. So
Yep.
Even though I know
right.
she can act. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that this juror is giving this understanding. And this, we'll go ahead and end the poll. Let me see if I can see that. So,
I mean, the wonderful thing about the cross-examination system is that a lot of the time most people are really awful at catching liars just by virtue of them being liars, right? We're actually really bad at it. And in fact, just about all segments of the population, including people who think they're really good at it, including people who like hold themselves out as experts in it actually do about chance. So that's just sort of how that is. But that we get much better at it when we can start checking against other things. When we can start, holding them up to other witnesses. That's where things really start to get good.
It's the consistency. Yeah. So I asked the question, how many of you knew what a DIN setting was before this trial? 89% of you said no, 10% of you said yes, 817 votes. And I asked Bree if she knew what a DIN setting was. When this juror is telling you about how no one explained the amount of pressure it would take for the boot to eject from the ski, the DIN setting is that setting. That is the tightness. That is how tight, or the release point, or the amount of pressure that has to be exerted in order for the boot to release. It prevents blown out knees. It prevents broken bodies. It prevents all kinds of stuff, because you want to withstand a certain amount of force, but not enough to really twist the knee in a way it shouldn't twist. So you want it to release at a certain stage. The fact that no one walked into this trial, you didn't see or hear any of the experts or witnesses really testify to that and explain this to a person who's never been on a ski slope, was shocking to me.
They did, but only in passing.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is they'll say things like, ski boots can be adjusted to come out at different levels. And based on his expertise, here's where here's how much force I suspect that it would take. Like Dr. Schur said that. Because he's guessing at the DIN setting, right? Because he doesn't have Terry's boots. So, yeah.
I like this one. Did Rob just say the ski instructor embellished? Yes, and I can objectively tell you for an absolute fact that he did, because he said that when he came upon them, that Gwyneth Paltrow was speaking with Terry Sanderson. Gwyneth Paltrow's own words was that when she got up and was, confronting Terry Sanderson, she screamed at him and said, "You ran into my effing back." And she said that she screamed at him and was yelling at him, and she apologized to the jury for doing so. So yes, the ski instructor, at least at that setting or in that moment, embellished, because by downplaying what Paltrow did in that moment, that's embellishment. So that is objectively true.
He also downplayed their relationship with the whole, I barely know these people. And it's like, well, didn't you get him handcrafted, pottery? It's like, okay, yeah, some of us give away stuff, but we give away stuff to people that we've got some sort of connection or relationship to. And he said, I never gave these kids any candy. And we hear from the kid, we like him because he gave us candy. It's like, you're trying to imagine there's more distance here than there really was.
Yeah. And it was the embellishments. And the same thing happened with Terry Sanderson's witness as well. So yeah, it was definitely interesting. Bree, did you have an opinion on the ski instructor or any of the witnesses?
No.
No?
I have to rewatch. I only popped in here and there. I haven't watched anyone's full testimony.
You can chime in. I do not mean I will talk, my dear. You can chime in and cut me off. Please do so. Please do so.
What about Terry Sanderson's testimony?
I think Terry's testimony just didn't make sense.
Yeah, that pause was bad.
They didn't believe him.
Yeah, you don't need to be a body language expert to read what she's thinking in that moment.
Yeah, no, that was just a clear, I'm having to brace to explain how the
God.
And you can tell she tries to say things as nicely as possible.
She seems like a genuinely nice person.
Sense to me. I think that was how he believes the accident happened. It just didn't make sense. and the witnesses, his expert witnesses, even contraindicated like some of the things he was saying.
Was there a villain in?
Oh, I hate pausing this. Ian, we commented about this in the commenting on the closing argument, or commenting on the that last rebuttal witness.
Which part?
The plaintiff brings up the rebuttal witness, and the rebuttal witness in the middle of this testimony is asked the question by plaintiff's counsel.
Oh
you
yeah,
know, the flying through the air.
yeah. That was actually at the end.
Yeah, the last day.
Well, and also at the end of his testimony,
Yep.
because it was the recross, and where he says like, so
is it possible that it went flying?
What if he
in the
was
air?
flying through the air? Do you remember that testimony? And he's like, that wasn't. And then, or he says, you remember the testimony that he was flying through the air? He's like, I don't remember that. And then they made plaintiff's counsel you know, and they're like, is that possible that he was flying through the air? No.
No.
It's like, oh.
Hmm.
He says that Gwyneth Paltrow would have had to have been an Olympic level skier for that to have happened.
Wow.
You know, he just didn't think that was credible at all.
So those little moments that we pick up on is the jury does too. It's wild.
This case for you?
I don't think there was a villain. No.
This was an honest disagreement
I think
based on two different perspectives.
Right. I think it was an accident. However, I do think there was some fault due to the fact that Mr. Sanderson was out there skiing with decreased vision in his eye. He should have been wearing a skier's vest that indicated people need to stay away from me because I'm limited on what I can hear and see. And I think that's, a lot of the reason I think he's at fault is because that's his
There was a skier on that jury.
because he has these deficits.
There was a skier on that jury. 100%.
Not an expert skier, because the thing is the decreased vision thing and the skier's vest. So there might have been someone who might have had experience in skiing, but not an expert, not someone who skis regularly. Because the whole wearing that vest, no, I don't think he should have been. He didn't have to be at all. Not at all. That onus goes on you.
You're right. Remember that being in the code or testified to the vest.
No, Ian, you're right. You're right. That's what I mean. Like there was a skier who had seen those vests on a slope before.
I'm guessing that one of the skiers or one of the people in that jury might have to wear that vest.
Or know someone that does.
Do you know the level of disability you have to actually have in order to wear one of those, or to be supposed to wear one of those?
Say
it is
100% blind in one eye and 50% in the other?
More. I mean, he wasn't 100% blind in one eye. He had limited vision in his right. Right?
I thought he said he was blind in one eye.
He was blind in one eye.
He was blind?
And decrease in vision in the other.
He was blind in one eye and had serious cataracts in the other.
Interesting. I still don't think that would have. I don't think that would have qualified him though. I wouldn't have required him to be. And to be honest about that, that's a thing about liability that I think that's conflating. One, that wasn't in evidence. So when she's saying they made their judgment based on information, evidence, and applying the law, that was not in evidence. And people are saying they didn't hear about. I didn't see a single mention of a vest. And I think I watched almost 100% of the testimony.
I didn't see anything about a vest in the testimony, and I know I watched 100%. So
that came from someone experienced, sounds like.
And then for the whole shifting the obligation to Mr. Sanderson to wear that vest or to change or act in a way that that's wild to me. Rebecca Bone, yes, that vest is a thing. They have bright colored vests that certain skiers will wear. For example, if someone is completely deaf, like cannot hear, they will wear a vest that will actually indicate that they are completely deaf, because a lot of times when you're skiing or snowboarding and you're going to pass someone, you will shout on your right, on your left, or you'll try to get their attention. They wear that vest so that you can essentially know that when you're shouting at them, they're not going to hear it. So you have to change the method in which you're engaging them. Blind skiers, and I mean truly blind skiers, will wear it, and they will have an escort with them that will assist them. That's interesting, though.
I saw a comment that said he wasn't wearing glasses either. Do you guys remember that? Was he wearing
I don't know.
glasses? I feel like that might be a little bit of a breach of his duty if he wasn't wearing his glasses.
He apparently wasn't.
Okay.
I think that would be a breach of duty.
That's where they impose their duty.
Correct that. He told, like, he didn't have glasses on. They knew that he needed glasses, like the medical person. And they asked if he was wearing, or if he had contacts, and he said no. That doesn't necessarily mean to me that he wasn't wearing glasses, because I went skiing at one point. I wear glasses. I don't when I'm at my computer, but I fell, and I can tell you, I didn't have my glasses when I came down the mountain. So it's possible that the glasses just are gone.
It.
Yeah.
Cat D, you are right. They can't force you to wear those. No, Ian, I've been snowboarding since I was considered a walk. I cannot tell you that unless you are 100% blind, and even then you have an escort. You are in control of yourself. You're responsible for yourself and maintaining your own control. I've never heard of a resort being able to force you to wear that.
I'm just trying to think of whether they legally could. Like, would it violate the ADA? And I don't think it would violate the ADA.
It wouldn't violate the ADA. I don't think it would, because
and if it doesn't violate the ADA, they can set policies.
They can set policies, but it's not one of those where it's a prerequisite before you get a lift ticket that you have to sign a waiver acknowledging you don't have any of these conditions.
Maybe if you rent the gear.
That's different, because that's the company who's lending you the gear.
He wasn't renting gear.
They're trying to pass liability off.
He wasn't renting gear. Not at his sort of. He's a guy who goes all the time. He wasn't renting gear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is accurate. Usually, when they're wearing a vest, they do have a buddy. Almost always. And same thing. You're not required to wear a helmet. There was a lot of focus on the helmet. You're not required to wear a helmet when you're skiing or snowboarding.
But you should.
That depends on the resort. Because I know there are mountains that do require it.
Yeah. Silverton. You have to wear a Silverton mountain. You actually have to wear a avalanche beacon.
I was going to say some of them also require like avalanche gear and so forth.
Yeah.
So
probe, shovels, avalanche beacon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bree.
Oh, I was just in shock. Avalanche gear.
There's a video of YouTube, or there's a video of me on YouTube from several years ago where I got dug out of a tree well in a kind of emergency situation. My brother's a goofy-footed snowboarder. I'm a regular-footed snowboarder. We were backcountry cat skiing, and we both shouted dropping at the same time. You're supposed to shout dropping so that someone knows, who's your spotter below, knows that you're dropping into that line so that they can monitor you, and so you're not colliding. We both yelled dropping at the same time. We had trees between us. We couldn't hear it. So we both skied snowboarded into each other back to back. And my brother bumped me into a tree well. Tree wells form up to, when the tree sheds snow, it forms essentially a cavern down along the base of the tree, and they can go 10 feet down, etc.
And they can be iced all the way down.
Yep. And when you fall, you hit the tree trunk, which can also drop more snow, and the snow caves in on you. So you can actually be completely encompassed. And I was for a period of time. I was lucky in that I had my hands over my face to create a little air pocket. My buddy had the GoPro down below, and he was the one that raced up, brought his shovel out, and ended up digging me out of the tree well. Skiing when they say it's inherently dangerous, it's inherently dangerous. It's a dangerous sport.
You're not convincing me to go again. I might have tried it, but I probably wouldn't be skiing on a hill like that or snowboarding on a hill like that. But yeah, you're not convincing me.
Go cross country skiing. You're not gonna fall into anything.
Yeah, don't go back country. That was when I was in my younger years too.
I was on the baby slopes, so, and I still fell down the hill. So
Yep. It's all over there, but it's on the interwebs. My friend has it up on his channel somewhere. If he still has the channel, I don't know if he still has it, but I'll see. Maybe I'll find it. Maybe I'll share it with you guys someday.
He needs to let the other skiers be aware.
Did everybody think he hit her?
Yes.
No doubt about that.
There was no doubt about that.
Oof.
So did you?
And I'm really glad she answered that, because
you're going through this, and you've got people who are like, oh boy, this is a hard decision. Maybe they don't want to make the decision. Did you have to bring them around?
No, I don't think that was really the purpose of the deliberation, because we never were at the point where we didn't have 6 people that agreed. So these people who were kind of on the fence, I think that they just wanted to hear our opinions. And like I said, it's a really hard thing to blame and put fault on someone. And especially someone who may be suffering from some of the things that Mr. Sanderson was suffering from. And, I just think that some people had a really hard time, and that's just not what you can't get sympathetic in there. And that was why people were having a hard time, is because I think that they were a little bit sympathetic
to him.
I feel like this jury was overly nice, because if I'd walked in and it was like, hey, we've got 6 people right at the outset, I'd have just looked at the 6 people and been like, we good? You two can sit this one out. We're going to fill out this jury form and come back in. You can say whatever you feel like, but we 6 are going to, and it would have just been like a 5-minute verdict. I'd have been like, I got a nap I'm going to take. And so, you two, you can figure your own feelings out about this. You can do whatever, but we're done. Let's go.
But they were looking for unanimity. That I think is interesting. So part of the delay was they were actually searching for unanimity so they could back each other up.
Yeah. I would have just been like, we done, we good.
Yeah.
Bye.
And Claude Simeon pointing out civil case only use 50% plus a grain of sand. No doubt about this is very strong. Yep. This is one of those where if there was a criminal standard in place, I don't know. Maybe they would have viewed it differently. I don't know.
Yes.
And what about to her?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think we were sympathetic for both of them. I mean, we're humans.
Yeah.
But we can't let that affect us in our decision making.
You're a skier. You ski a lot.
I am.
Okay.
She's a skier.
Could you believe that a ski crash led to all of this?
No. And I think that's a big takeaway. And I think it's going to change things in the ski industry. Even today I was skiing and I noticed new signage up saying, stay 15 feet away from everyone. I was like, wow, okay. So this is serious. And I think a lawsuit coming from a ski accident, I mean, I know they happen. I've never heard of one.
Yeah. And most of the time I've seen it. My son was involved in a big ski accident at Deer Valley.
I'm sorry.
Woman ran into him and they get up, he gets up, dusts himself off, he answers the questions for the ski patrol. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Is that the way this should have worked?
I do believe so. I mean, I do think that there was some unique circumstances. She is a celebrity. He was injured more severely than I think he had thought at first. And I think that all plays into how this just got completely out of control. And I do think that's how it should have gone. I think they should have made, hey, you're okay. Okay, good. Like, let's go home. Sorry. Oh, of course. And if you decide to get checked out later and something is wrong, you know, that's awful, but that's kind of part of the risk you take.
Yeah. How were you selected as a juror?
So we had jury selection. Let me see, how many Fridays ago was this? I'm not even sure. And we had jury selection, and there was 92 people in there, and they interviewed not all of us. They didn't get through everyone. They interviewed a majority of us, and then they told us after a long day, I believe it was like 8 to 5:15, that we were selected. And I was pretty shocked I was selected. I was dreading it, and I kind of did dread it through the process a bit, but I was happy to serve my civic duty. And, you know, in the end, I think everything worked out.
But at first you were reluctant. You were a reluctant juror.
I was.
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to get out of it. Yep, I was.
How are you trying to get out of it?
Oh, I have plans. I have work, you know, the typical excuses.
And did you know that you were being selected when did you know that you were being selected for this trial?
So they told us in selection that it was Terry Sanderson versus Gwyneth Paltrow. I honestly was like, is there multiple Gwyneth Paltrows? She doesn't live here. This can't be her. I don't know. I didn't think so much of it. And then I guess we learned more about the case when we came, or maybe they told us after selection a little bit. But I had no idea the severity of this case. So
and that's proper and appropriate, and that's sounds pretty good. So,
Yep.
You want to know where the vest thing came from? Probably her and some
It might
other
have.
skiers. She said she
might
was a
have, 'cause she's-
skier.
And she's
She's a
talking about
skiing nurse.
signage.
She's a skiing nurse. She might actually end up on ski slopes talking about this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And as far as people who are engaged in risk analyzing behavior, nurses are on that list.
Mhm.
I'm surprised they let her on the jury too. I would have honestly, I like her as a juror in a criminal case. I would have struck her in a medical malcase.
I would have
I
struck
want-
her. Yeah. Nurse? Nope.
Nope.
I want somebody who's going to listen to my experts, not bring in their own information. So
Mhm.
And clearly someone brought in their own information.
It
The vest
sounds like
itself.
the vest, even the fact that she was looking for the force needed for the skis to come off. I think most people like me, I thought that they either just didn't come off or they should come off a lot easier, because I felt like I twisted my leg sometimes. It felt like it almost broke. But at that point, I was like, do they just not pop off? But when I initially started, I thought that they would pop off. So she was looking for the right type of testimony.
I mean,
the
she
skis
was.
or the
and
legs?
What was that?
The
the
skis,
skis
or
are
the
the
legs?
legs. It's one of these.
The skis.
And Julia, I see your question here. Because of being a nurse, and the nurses are never picked here. Nurses aren't picked for the same reason lawyers and doctors aren't picked in cases involving anything regarding medical or injury, because you don't want them. They are supposed to be very limited. They're limited to the evidence that they hear, the expert testimony, and the facts that they hear from the witnesses. They are not allowed to supplement or substitute that for their own expertise. They're not supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want, if I'm having an expert on the stand, having an expert in the jury box that might interpret a way I ask a question wrong, or interpret an answer as being inconsistent with their own professional background and experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a risk that just is, I'm not willing to take. They get struck from juries all the time.
And if they can convince the other jurors to go with what they know, then
Yeah.
it goes against you.
And View Galaxy, you absolutely can use your own experience, and that's how you frame the information you're hearing.
You
Yep.
You can use your own experience of the world, but you can't use
Mhm.
your own expertise and knowledge. And the difference between those two things is significant. It's like, as a lawyer in there, or let's say as a leather worker, if I can go, hey, this story makes no sense because it's inconsistent with what I know about the universe, that's fine. But I can't bring in like, he used the wrong kind of leather slicker, and so that suggests that he's incorrect, because now I'm bringing in my own knowledge. So
Yeah, and
if an
Griggsy-
expert didn't say it. Mhm.
Exactly. Griggsy, this is, and you're right. It's good to see you here, by the way, buddy. You're right. You're supposed to bring your own knowledge and experience in there. However, if there's a doctor on the jury panel, right, and they have heard from every expert on both sides that this is the cause of this injury, right? Every expert, undisputed, stipulated. Experts are in agreement.
Mhm.
For example, in this case, 4 broken ribs. But if for a time in this trial they threw the actual X-ray up,
and
you
let's
get
say you got
back
a
into that,
radiographer.
and you get back into that jury deliberation room, and you look at the other jurors and you say, I know that they put these experts up there, expert A, B, C, D, E, across the board. Every expert said that those are 4 broken ribs. I looked at that X-ray when we were sitting in the jury box, and I know they weren't 4 broken ribs. That is the risk. That's like the biggest explanation, the biggest hypothetical you could think of.
Mhm.
So, yeah. All right. A few more minutes.
And you knew the name. I mean, obviously everybody knows the name,
Right.
but you didn't really, it didn't stick. It didn't register that this is, maybe kind of a big deal.
It didn't.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the questions they asked me, and I was, do you know about this case? And I said, I think I've heard something, but no, I don't. And I found it kind of unusual living in Summit County that I hadn't really heard so much about it.
So you're reluctant going in, and you were glad you performed your civic duty, but did you enjoy it?
Whew. Some parts I did. Some parts were interesting.
There was a lot of honesty
there.
there.
Some entertainment, for sure.
What
Like I said,
does
I
that
loved
even
the fellow
mean?
jurors. Amazing people.
Some parts were
I
draining.
would-
She
I
means
would say
Sykes and
overall,
Owens.
I'm just happy it's over with. I'm happy we came to a verdict, and I'm happy we didn't take a week to deliberate, and I have my life back. So,
What about the judge and the lawyers?
the judge is amazing.
Agreed, like times a million.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, the judge.
people are asking like how I do on a jury. 2 points. 1, I can't be on a jury where I am because lawyers are disqualified. Second, even if I wasn't, I'd ask to be let out just on the basis of, if you sequester me, I will go literally insane, because I cannot, with my attention deficit, I just can't like be in a place with no reading material, no anything. I would go mad. And it's like, if you don't want me escaping from the hotel we're sequestered in, pick someone else.
Bree, can you get chosen for a jury?
There's not a rule against it that I know of, but I've never had a summons. If I have, I
have a
probably
check-
missed it.
We have a checkbox on the backs of ours. On the back of our summons, there's a checkbox that says, you're a lawyer that practices in this jurisdiction. Check. Nope, you're done.
I don't know. I've never looked into it.
Ours, it's not even practiced in this jurisdiction. It's just, you are a lawyer. Even if you're just on the books, like you maintain your license, but you haven't practiced in 15 years, but you're still a lawyer, you're done. You're off.
Yep. Griggsy's a lawyer in the chat too.
Oh, nice.
Chosen for jury duty, wasn't picked. Yeah, I wouldn't pick a lawyer.
Yep.
Lawyer. Yeet.
There's very
Yeah.
few circumstances where I might pick a lawyer for a jury. And I'd probably want to know what kind of lawyer.
And Dreamscape, this is not accurate. We don't prefer uneducated. And
I don't
honestly,
want uneducated. I just don't want somebody who's going to bring in their own feelings about it.
Yep.
Yep.
I want
Same
someone who's
reason
really,
why.
really.
Mhm. Same
yeah,
reason
sorry.
why, like in murder trials, if you had someone close to you that were murdered, they try to stay away from people like that as well. Even though it may not be like an expert opinion, they just have very strong feelings about certain things.
On a lawyer forum, somebody was talking about how they bounced somebody because they just looked too similar to the murder victim. And they were
Wow.
just like, well, they were just worried. Like, if we've got a guy who
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like a dead ringer for the murder victim in there, first of all, how's that guy going to feel? And
Mhm.
second, how are the other jurors going to feel like looking over? Because he said it was like uncanny, like creepy how much they looked the same. And he's just like, yeet, you're out of here. So, and I
Yeah,
see
sorry, guys.
Angie saying cops are eligible. They're not eligible where I am. So,
It depends on jurisdiction. It's very interesting. So,
Yeah.
let's see. 3 more minutes.
I think we might have a juror reunion, and he's definitely invited. And the lawyers, well, that was the entertainment. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
There was a lot
Owens
of
and
arguing.
Sykes.
That's
Owens and
a lot of
Sykes.
arguing. You're talking about the arguing in court, or you're talking about the arguing among the
Not between the jurors,
Okay.
between the lawyers,
Uh-huh.
about how much time they were getting or how many interruptions to the sidebars. There was just a lot of
Owens.
conflict between them, and it was pretty
this is
clear
great.
to us that it was getting out of control there.
Yep.
It's
Were
Owens. They hated
Did you
Owens.
think the lawyers performed well or not so well?
I think they did their job. I'm
Oh!
not a lawyer, so I don't really feel like I can really speak to that.
So much shade.
There was a comment yesterday by one of the attorneys for Terry Sanderson who said, look, the only person who saw this was Mr. Roman. And he was the only
Interesting.
witness to this accident. And he said she hit him. Did that matter to you?
I didn't. So we didn't find him to be a credible witness.
Ooh.
So there was a lot of
Ooh.
factors. So his color blindness kind of played into that. He said he couldn't clearly tell who was who when they were all scrambled together. He was 50 feet away. He also kind of claimed that he heard a scream and then he turned, meaning he wouldn't have actually seen the collision, which is the same testimony that Eric Christensen gave. And Eric Christensen didn't pretend like he saw it. He said, I didn't see the accident, but I saw the aftermath. And and gave all the details around that. And so I think parts of his story were just inserted to kind of bring it together. And it just wasn't credible. And there was a lot of things he said that I didn't find could have been true. The loss of consciousness for 2 minutes and not doing anything. I just, you can't watch somebody lay in the snow unconscious for 2 minutes and not try to get them up.
Plaintiff's counsel should
Yep.
have bounced her. Should
I
have
think
bounced her.
Christensen is credible.
Incredible. Okay. These new ski signs that you saw today,
Yes.
you hadn't seen them until today.
I didn't notice them until today.
I see. Okay. They may have been there.
They may have been
They may
there.
have
She's learned from this trial.
And this,
She has.
do you suspect this is a direct result of this trial?
I would think so, because I think more than ever, we just have to be careful, and you don't know what kind of situations you can get yourself into just trying to have a good time out there on the mountain.
Yeah. Would you ever want to do something like this again? Be a juror in a high-profile case with a celebrity that attracts all kinds of attention? Is it something you would relish doing again?
No. I'm hoping this is my one and done. I am really hoping that.
Good for you.
Yes. If she'd said anything but no, I would have had some judgment.
Interesting. So what do we think?
I like
like
her, although I think that the plaintiff's counsel screwed up by not bouncing the nurse, because their story of looking at an of him being unconscious. One thing I've noted that I will do in trials sometimes, when they say like somebody was like, let's say I had a file where my client was knocked unconscious by a police officer for 2 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would straight up pull out a stopwatch and be like, and just everybody, we're going to feel what 2 minutes is like.
Yes.
And just start the timer.
Yeah.
And just sit there and stare at them. I've done this on files with like less time. A friend of mine ran a trial in, out in a small town here with a judge who is not keen on sort of finding rights violations.
Mm-hmm.
He had like a 10-minute delay between this guy asking for his lawyer and then letting him talk to his lawyer. And, the judge was like, 10 minutes. He was actually interrupting his case in chief, saying, 10 minutes. Who cares about 10 minutes? And he just said, we're just going to wait for 10 minutes. And the judge was like, no, we're not. And he's like, I'm entitled to run the video at 1x speed. We're going to watch the video because there's video, there's cell block video. And he's like, we're tendering this cell block video. We're going to watch it at 1x speed. And this wasn't mine. He was telling me this story and I was learning from it. And the judge, by the end of the 10 minutes, was like, yeah, they violated his rights. Let's throw this case. I'm done here. Because he just couldn't sit and watch 10 minutes go by of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 minutes of nothing. Like right now, we've got 4,100 people watching. If we had 2 minutes of dead time, I can guarantee you we'd be at around like 3,500 by the end of it.
That's true. And to the 4,100 people that are watching, I didn't even notice that there were that many of you here. Hi, welcome to my.
All of you hit the like button.
Yeah, please hit the like button. If you like the content, please subscribe. I would love to have you subscribe to the channel.
Hit the like button, or we'll do 2 minutes of dead time.
2 minutes. To my side is boss attorney Bree. She is an attorney out of California. Bree, would you like to introduce yourself to the people?
Yes, I am boss attorney Bree, and I am a California lawyer, a baby lawyer, I like to say. And I have my own YouTube channel where I cover celebrity lawsuits, trademark, copyright style lawsuits. So yeah, if you're interested in my channel, you can come over and subscribe. I have a goal this year. I don't know if I'm going to reach it, but I'm hoping I can. I'm trying to get to 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year.
Oh, I think we can definitely do that.
Where are you at now?
I'm at 12,000, so quite a ways to go still.
That's a big jump, but we're going to try to make it happen. Let's try to see what we can do on that.
And to the chat, if you see bumblebees floating around in the chat and those emojis going, Bree's emoji is a bumblebee. Her members and followers are the Bree Hive. So please check out her channel. She's putting out some good content and she's really enjoying her time doing it.
Yes, yes.
The elven-looking gentleman beneath me is Mr. Ian Runkle. His channel is Runkle of the Bailey, and his second channel, Roll of Law. Ian, would you like to do an intro of what you cover?
So, depends on which channel you watch, because if you watch the Runkle of the Bailey channel, I cover mostly criminal law stuff, mostly criminal law, firearms issues, a lot of Canadian content. So if you're a Canadian and you're finding yourself watching sort of legal stuff and going, I'm not seeing a lot of where we're from, or if you're just curious, like, hey, what's going on up in America's hat? I can sort of fill in those blanks. On the Roll of Law channel, that's basically my funsies channel where I talk about sort of geek stuff. I've got some leather work up there. I've got some tabletop role-playing stuff up there. And also, right now, I've got a contest, which there isn't enough information yet to solve, but there will be when I get around to making more videos on it. So that contest is I'm giving away 10 silver coins. So
okay.
it's the Wins Gimlet's gold scratched out silver. So on D&D coinage, 10 silver is a gold. So it's technically under D&D terms, Win Gimlet's gold. And so that's currently going. And I see somebody
Okay.
saying, wait, what? Actual coins? Yes. I'd hold one up, but I'm in the wrong room. They are Canadian maples. So each one is an ounce, 99.99% pure. So they're an ounce of pure silver, basically. So, yeah.
All right. Interesting. Okay. Love it. So let's catch up on some super chats. We'll do a catch up on super chats, and then Bree, you can stick around. You can jump off. It's up to you, my dear.
Oh, I am still here. I have time.
Good.
I'm here by myself
Awesome.
today.
Awesome. So do a swoop. Catch up on some of these chats because I didn't want to get too far behind because there were some questions in here. Disney Nerd 85. Thank you. Planning a wedding in 8 months with ADHD without lists would have made me panic. Had to buy a planner to keep my ADHD in check. I think we covered that one before. Bree just planned an entire honeymoon. 100K Hitman. Listener, a good way to lose lists. I'm stealing. That the only thing that works for ADHD person is mayhem all the time. Sometimes life can be a little crazy.
That's kind of my strategy. Mayhem all the time.
Oh, yeah. Crystal, thank you. Took my dad to an air show today and got to see the Blue Angels and F-35s. Time to wind down and listen to you guys. That's so much fun.
Oh, 100%.
Airplanes are so loud. They're so loud, but they're cool.
They are. Bree, have you ever seen the Blue Angels?
No, I don't know anything about planes, but I used to live right by an Air Force base, so I know how a lot of them sound.
Blue Angels are the Navy's best pilots. They fly in some really interesting formations. They fly beneath bridges, and it's really wild. They're definitely high recommend.
You watch them and you're like, these guys are going to die. And then somehow they don't.
They don't.
It's wondrous.
Marion, thank you very much for the super chat. Shelby, thank you. Y'all are literally my white noise machine right now while I finish work. I can corral focus to manage the spinning plates of 4 screens sans meds now, but anti-impulsivity drug was the game changer. Interesting.
Ooh, interesting.
Thank you for sharing. Marnie Knight, thank you very much. Love you guys so much. I've enjoyed watching your bromance blossom from the beginning. I assume you're speaking about Ian and I. I appreciate your integrity, passion, and humor. Thanks for encouraging those of us with ADHD. It helps more than you know. Thank you very much, Marnie. It means a heck of a lot. Crazy Cat Queen, Rob, if you can, please check your P.O. box on Tuesday. I will. Thank you for the reminder. Disney Cosmo, thank you. Thank you for the Friday night entertainment. You are more than welcome, and thank you for being here. Nick M, thank you very much. You're going to cover the Trump indictments once they are unsealed. Nope. Mostly because I don't really have an interest in covering that. I see so much of that coverage as it's going on. I don't have anything to add to the conversation. It's a viewpoint where no matter how many mods I have in the chat, there's no way in hell I can get a moderated chat on that topic. It's just not possible. I'm honest. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah. My death threats are down to about 1 a month, and I don't need to ramp it back up. So I'm going to give that one a miss.
And it's honestly, I don't know what I can add to that discussion. I really do try to focus on cases where I can add something to it, where it's a trial that's ongoing. I am a trial attorney. I can break down trial testimony, evidentiary objections, etc. Bankruptcy, Sam Bankman-Fried, for example, FTX. I'm a bankruptcy attorney. I practice that area of law, so I can break that down. This is not a subject matter that I find interesting or that I feel like I can add anything to. So there are other channels that will cover it without a doubt. This will not be one of them. I hope that doesn't disappoint you. I have lots of other stuff we cover that hopefully is very exciting and interesting to you, but thank you for asking, Nick, and I do appreciate you being here, buddy. Ashley, thank you very much. I secured my spot at the Lori Vallow trial on Monday. Oh, crap. I'm excited, even if it is just jury selection. Ashley, That is awesome. Do you get a pass? Like, did they give you a special pass for that trial? Like, you are guaranteed entry?
Do you get a wristband?
I feel like
Are
it
you
has
gonna-
to be something in the email.
Are you going to get elbowed in the face on that one? Because that's what was happening at the Depp trial.
They must have done a lottery system beforehand.
I hope so, yeah.
They really must have done a lottery system beforehand, because there's no way.
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to be too much interest for them. And hopefully people have learned from the Depp trial, because the first come, first serve, get into fights in the line was not a great system. I mean, I love Judge A. She's fantastic, but they had a lot to learn from, like, I think that one was a learning experience. And yeah.
Ashley, thank you for chiming in. It's a reservation. You sign up for the day before. Very interesting. If you're willing, reach out to me on Twitter. You can DM, it doesn't matter. Just, I'm very curious to see and hear your input from the inside of that courtroom, because the judge has shut down all information in and out of that courtroom. So
Interesting.
yeah. Lori Vallow. Go ahead, Bree.
Yeah, I was just looking it up because the name didn't, like, it sounds familiar, but it wasn't bringing up a case for me. And I remember watching so many documentaries on the case. So, Wow, I didn't know it was getting ready to go. Sorry. Sorry, I was looking it up. It was an ad.
Oh, no, I was about to cough, so I was about to mute myself to cough, because unlike Sykes, I try to do that. No, so it's Lori Daybell, yeah,
Lori Vallow.
Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell.
Oh.
They are both on trial for multiple homicides. They were jointly, or they were charged together, and the trial was going to proceed against both of them until a very weird circumstance involving the attorney. The attorney represented both, but there became very clear there was a conflict of interest, and the attorney didn't get out really early, and the judge didn't acknowledge the conflict of interest, but they finally bifurcated and divided the trial. And she goes to trial now separately, I think beginning Monday, for jury selection. They took death penalty off the table, so it's not available to her, but it is a multiple homicide case. Very strange case. Do a quick Google search on it. I know that Kurt from Uncivil Law has done a bunch of background on that. I think that Peter might have talked about it as well, lawyer, you know. So please go take a look at it. It's really interesting. And the judge basically issued an order that was like, nah, no media, no nothing, because there's murders involving children in this case. And there's,
And guys, make sure you don't ever have multiple murders. Like one, or ideally less than one, but like multiple is right out.
Yeah, just take that off your list. Yeah. Lindsay, have you thought about doing a birthday stream yet? Oh, I don't know. End of April. I'll keep you guys posted. What is that day?
Oh, you should have a party stream.
End of April. I might. We shall see.
Oh, and it's a new year, so there's a new Hot Ones box.
We could do Hot Ones.
That was
Bree,
fun. I like
Bree.
Would you be in?
Do you like spicy stuff?
Yes.
How spicy?
Pretty spicy. What levels are we talking about?
Like
everything from very minor to you will die.
Okay, I'll eat spicy food, but I don't eat like directly spicy things. Like I'll put habanero peppers in my food, but I won't eat the pepper straight. So,
but I think if you're throwing habaneros in your food, yeah, you could probably do it.
Okay.
Like we make wings, like, and then you put one wing in each of the different. There's like 10 sauces, so you put one wing in each of these sauces.
I can do that.
They start out really light, and the last one is
crying.
A challenge.
Okay, I can do that.
Bree, if you're bored this weekend, there's a video of Ian and I doing it, and Kurt is asking me constitutional law questions in the middle. Like after every hot wing, he asked me like a con law question. It's fantastic. It's one of my favorite videos. It was great.
I'm seeing the chat saying that you guys are tricking me here.
We're not. It's totally safe. Totally
I mean,
safe.
we've warned you that it's insane, right? We've warned you that
Said
some
it's
of
not
these
that
are...
bad.
It's hot.
No,
I
they start
lived.
out not that bad. They end with real bad.
There's
And-
a lot of profanities coming out of my mouth.
Okay.
keep
So
in
is
mind,
there a
I'm a guy-
winner, or do you have to do all of them?
It's a
You gotta do
challenge.
all
You
of
have
them.
it's 1 through 10.
Okay.
So there's 10 hot sauces that range from like literally very, very mild to like this is really hurting. But the hurt doesn't last more than a few minutes. And then you can say that you completed the Hot Ones challenge. Yeah, you can look up Hot Ones videos on YouTube. Anna Kendrick has done it. Shaq has done it. A bunch of people have done it. Idris Elba is one of the best ones. There's the video.
Oh, I see. I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
I know what you're talking about now.
Now, importantly, you need to not touch your eyes or genitals after any of this without washing very carefully. So you may want to look up like a hand washing video because, yeah.
I'll probably
Oh,
just
yeah.
wear gloves.
Yeah, I did that. There's a still shot of me in gloves and glasses. It was funny. Pedro Pascal did it. Yep, you're right. Yep. Okay, thank you. But Nick Loss, thank you very much. Plot twist. I'm only 95% sure Brown shot the canine. Interesting. Took the state's video frame by frame, and there's one frame that indicates something I could argue as FF.
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire. Oh, really?
Cops took out their own pup. It happens.
Fascinating. Interesting. Very curious. I might have to look at that a little more. Melissa, thank you very much. Rob, new to your channel, but have noticed you on other streams and think it's awesome how supportive you are of your friends. Happy to be a new sub. I'm very glad to have you, and thank you for the super chat, Melissa. I do. I love the people that get to create and do stuff, and that's why I kind of like just jumping around from channel to channel to channel. I started as a fan of these people, and it's fun to just kind of encourage them to keep creating, including Bree. We need to get her more subs. 50,000 for Bree. Go subs. Selena Stovall, thank you very much. I live in Tucson. I went to high school in Oro Valley. Cool. Thank you for sharing. Next time I'm down in Oro Valley, I'll have to announce that drive. Stephanie Richards, thank you very much. Ever been to a wine festival, Dulles Expo? If so, how was it? Not a wine festival. I've been to the gun expo they have there. I've been to the golf expo they have there, and I've been to the woodworking expo they have there. Dulles Expo Center is a good venue. It's a great place. But if you do go, let me know. That's fun. Samantha Steines, thank you very much. I liked the Rob Q&A of the trials you covered. Which one would you have wanted to be a lawyer on, and why?
That's a rough question.
Of the trials I've covered, this one would have been fun. It would have been challenging. I don't know what side I would have wanted to be on.
I would go on the winning side.
Yeah, I was going to say I would have wanted to be on Paltrow's side because I feel like she would be much more pleasant to deal with on a day-to-day basis than Sanderson.
One would assume, yeah.
I fully think he was convinced that it happened the way he thought it happened. And that's hard to deal with.
This is a good one. Does this include Trials of the Century? If it's Trials of the Century, I would have loved to see Clarence Darrow in court. I would have loved to see him in court and argue against him. Absolutely. That would have been probably one of the coolest things. So, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Oh, I would not want to be defense on that one.
No, you wouldn't, but that would give you the chance to watch Darrow in court.
You're just like, well, I'm going to be here to watch Darrow, and I'm going to lose.
That was his 5 to 8 hours of the argument against the death penalty.
Yeah.
So Scopes monkey would have been interesting because that's just pure legal argument. I think it's very interesting. Huh. Yeah. That's a cool question, though. I like that. Thank you, Samantha. I think any trial with Clarence Darrow on the other side, I would have loved to be in. KWNY Upstate, thank you very much. Do you think Colonel Sanderson could have offered Gwyneth Paltrow some fried chicken in lieu of legal fees? I don't know. I don't
think she eats fried chicken. I think she only eats like food in broth form.
Possibly.
What?
Have you not heard of this?
She's got some very interesting dining. She did bee therapy. She was advocating sting therapy for a while. There are jade eggs that she was saying gave health benefits. The eggs go into
Ask where the
body
eggs go.
parts.
Yeah, I didn't really know her.
Yeah,
that's for the best.
Yeah, she's a character, man. She's a character. Poison Elf, Ramadan Mubarak to our Muslim brothers and sisters.
Nice.
Passing that message along. Absolutely.
That's
I didn't
where
realize it was
Alpha
Ramadan.
is right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They have to fast, I guess, throughout
Oof.
the day. And so then they break fast at night. So that's what he's doing, breaking fast with his family.
But they're allowed to drink like juices and stuff during the day, right?
He
Or is
said
that
no.
only for kids? That's for kids.
Yeah, I think the kids are not supposed to fast. But for the adults, he said he can't even drink water.
Really?
That's tough. From sunrise to sundown.
Interesting. That is tough. I just have to not eat meat.
Yeah. I feel
I
like
just
that's
do what I
more
feel like.
reasonable.
It's easier.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it's not supposed to be easy, I guess.
It's not. It's supposed to challenge you. It is.
Mhm.
It's supposed to challenge you. XCDA, thank you very much. Bad decisions make good stories. I appreciate you both for all the good you do for your for so many just by having your channels. XCDA, thank you very much. That's very generous of you and kind of you to say. Thank you. Susie Q, thank you. My son is 24 and was tested when he was 10 and diagnosed with ADHD. Not surprised. When I look back, when he was an infant, it was clear as day. It shows earlier than you think. It really does.
Yeah, my mom's got some stories about how much of a pain in the butt I was.
I think that they all do. All moms do. Jen B, thank you. Neurospicy folks, sound off. What's your current hyper-focused mind is searching through rolls of coins looking for errors? That sounds like actually like a very fun, I'm going to say nerdy, and you have the glasses here. I'm going to say like fun nerd. I like nerding out in the shop. That sounds like a fun nerd activity. I love that.
Numismatics.
So-
I think that's the correct pronunciation. Coin collecting.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you're looking for errors because they're
They're
a more
rarities and
valuable coin.
valuable. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Susan Ferry, thank you very much. Did you organize the shop, Rob? I did. I got half organized because I had to because I was starting to mill this stuff up. So I did get to organize some of the shop. Granted, G, thank you. Do you ever go scavenging in the desert? Choya and mesquite burls are super fun to work with. Choya, I have worked with. Choya is, for those of you who don't know what Choya is or haven't been in the desert, these little effing things. Are we past 2 hours?
We are. We're at
Yes.
3 hours.
Yeah.
You can say effing.
Choya, the little fuckers. They let me see if I can pull a picture up of this plant. Fucking things. They're nightmares because what they do. Oh, I hate these things. So that's a Choya plant. That's a Choya cactus. You see the little end pieces, little bits there? They're designed to snap off. So when you brush against it, the barbs stick into your skin and the little thing breaks off. So if you fall or brush by a Choya, that little cactus just gets stuck on your body. And they end up on your back and your legs. They're just nightmares. I hate those things. However, one of the cool things about it is that when they die, they end up, and most cacti, they end up looking. Let me see if I can show you the cellular structure because they're really fun to work with.
So what you're saying is you hate the cholla plant, and you really like when they die.
Yes. So let me see. Oh, I was trying to share that screen. I just ended the share screen. Now we can.
I think
share
I know
this.
people like that.
No, we're not going to say that. So that's what a cactus looks like when it dies. That cellular structure.
Yeah.
So what you can do is you basically you can stabilize it with stabilizing resin, and then you can turn it or you can mill it into knife blanks, etc. They're really cool to work with, and they make these really cool patterns. They're really fun, and you'll find burls of them, like just cluster, like really bunches of them. That's really fun to work with. Like awesome
I
design.
have 2 questions.
Shoot.
Are they hard when they die like that?
Yeah, it's like a soft wood. Like it's like if you're handling pine where you can put your fingernail into it and you'll actually leave an impression. It's kind of like that. It's like that level of consistency.
Okay. And if they're on the floor, does that mean they got stuck in somebody's skin and fell off, or do they just fall off naturally?
An animal can brush by it. Really, really strong wind can make it. They call them jumping cholla because essentially once you brush it, it's like the thing jumps off on your freaking arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun. They're fun. But yeah. And for people saying, is there cactus in Virginia? No, my mom lives in Arizona. She grew up in Arizona. I've been going to Arizona since I was a kid. So yeah, freaking jumping cholla.
The only good
terrible.
cactus is a dead cactus, is what Rob is saying.
Well, no, they're kind of cool, but yeah. So yeah, that was Granny G. Thank you for the question very much. Tourette's Majestic, thank you very much. My favorite moment from the trial was Gwyneth's lawyer saying, "I'm not trying to be subtle." Absolute gifts had lawyer. Nervous, but knew what he wanted. He did. When he had them, that was when they were filling out a special verdict form. He was like, "I'm not trying to be subtle. I'm going to show you what it is that I want you to write." That's what you have to do. It was perfect.
I was like,
perfect.
where have you been all trial, Owens?
I have no clue why it didn't. Yeah. Should have been like that the whole time. Tourette's Majestic. Giga Chad, spell check, is my ADHD demon. I think we understood what you were saying. He was Giga Chad when they did that. Yep. It was an epic moment for him. Buffy Lynn, thank you very much. I love that you guys both have a cricket. Me, I have 2 and just told my hubby of 32 years I think I have ADHD. He said, no shit. Uh-oh. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Buffy Lynn. Joan Berkowitz, thank you for the super sticker. Joe Doris, Rob, I beg you, please make/sell the Lunchable boards. I will make a bunch of them. I was testing them out on some cheap like bamboo cutting boards I got from Amazon. So I'll start batching those out. And there's Ian. Oh, look. Are you allowed to show her that?
I think so.
Oh, is that for me? Is that a bee or a dragonfly?
That's a bee, or it's trying to be a bee.
Yeah,
it's
it is
early on. It's early on in the bee process.
Cool.
So, Bree, now
I wish I was crafty.
You have handmade coasters coming your way.
Oh, is that for me?
Yes, it'll be a while though. Also, the way to be crafty is to start crafting, because yeah, you got to suck at something before you can be decent at something.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I have no artistic ability, but I would like to crochet and sew.
Oh, you are in the right chat. I think the chat just fell in love. You're probably going to have like 10, 15 DMs with suggestions on how to start.
Okay, that's good. I need something.
Yeah, I think you're going to really have fun with it. Yeah. Josephina, thank you. Love sipping and watching you on a Friday night. I'm new in the area and single in Utah, so if anyone else is bored, let's watch together. Okay, shoot your shot, Josephina. Love it. Just Sarah, thank you very much. Have you ever read If You Give a Mouse a Cookie? That's what I use to describe ADHD to the normies. Thanks for another FNF.
And
I
the
use
chat,
that book a lot.
the chat's gonna go thirsty at this point.
Why? I didn't say anything.
Just from the last super chat.
Oh. Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, give a mouse a cookie. I use that book to explain a lot of things. It's remarkably applicable. Staff LL, you can have a little Etsy shop called Rob's. Oh, I read that fast. Rob's Wood. Or I could not have it called that. Gina Monaco, thanks for becoming a member. Azam, thank you very much. Rob and Ian, what are your preparations before sitting in the same spot for 3 to 4 hours doing live streams? I am amazed.
I
don't
have
know.
drinks around. I have snacks around. Like right now, I'm eating my way through my nuclear beans. Yeah, that's kind of important things. Make sure you pee first.
Oh, yeah. Mine is usually make sure that you have at least one topic prepped. And then it's kind of just going, remember to focus from time to time. There's a reason there's a focus emoji in the chat. Like there's a focus member emoji that they can use because I forget to do that a lot. That's a good question, Azam, though, because it's a lot of work. Eva, oh, thank you very much. Ian, any suggestions for protecting / waterproofing nubuck boots? They aren't treated with anything yet. I don't want to discolor or ruin them. Oh, that's going to limit your options. Love your leather work and also love your channel, Rob. Thank you, Eva. Wonder if Ian has a response to that.
Nubuck is tough. What I'd suggest is bring them to a leather shop and ask them what products they'd recommend, because there's different products in different areas, but not wanting to discolor it will limit your options, as Rob said. And yeah, nubuck is tough. So because lots of things will go in there. I'm making a coaster, and it's got a pretty shabby B on it, but I'm hoping it'll be a better B later.
Yep.
So
thanks, Attorney Tom. Glad to see you in the chat, buddy. Much appreciated.
Absolutely.
And then here you go, Bree. So Lady Drake is learning how to crochet herself, and there's crocheters in the Discord if you want to learn. I'm sure she can give you a link to that.
Okay.
The Discord is really interesting because there's a whole channel that's just called the workshop or the wood shop, and it's just everyone showing their projects. And then there's all kinds of stuff. It's fun. I like it.
Yeah, I don't use Discord yet, but I hear a bunch of people talk about it.
It's intimidating because there's a lot of notifications. But yeah. Also, Attorney Tom, when do you sleep?
You can turn lots of those off.
Yeah, because I know damn well you've got cases going on. So, okay. But thanks for being here. Patty McDaniel, thank you very much. Hey, guys, can we have your thoughts on the gum chewer member of the body defense team? The gum chewer should have not been chewing gum. The fact that they were chewing gum in court was a fucking catastrophe. I don't understand why that was allowed. Did you see that at all, Bree?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
One of the attorneys for like a full 2 hours of this fucking hearing was chewing gum the entire time in court. I don't know where this became normal or acceptable, but that happened. So no, not allowed. Not allowed. Absolutely not. You get your ass.
Did someone tell him to stop?
No, no one stopped him. The bailiff didn't do it. He's sitting there chewing away in the middle of the screen on court TV, just chewing gum at the podium.
I call him Gummy Bear. That's his nickname now, is Gummy Bear.
That's why I don't live stream. And then Pot calling Kettle Black. When do you all sleep? I don't. I'm really bad at it. I go from here into the shop while I have the adrenaline that runs off, and it just is what it is. Patty McDaniel, hey guys, you got that one? Thank you very much, Patty. Jacob79, save this one. How do they pick a jury? It varies based on jurisdiction. Every jurisdiction has a different method. The method of selecting jurors is called voir dire. You're essentially asking the jurors questions that are asked by either the judge. The judge usually sends out a questionnaire they fill out ahead of time that vets them for any preconceived biases. So essentially, if they have something that would preclude them from sitting on that jury and rendering judgment fairly and impartially, then they are excluded from the panel. The panel is then brought in and they select the jurors. They essentially will seat 12. The judge or lawyers will ask them questions to try and determine whether they can be a fair and impartial juror. And then they will strike for cause, which essentially says something about this juror that they've just told me, whether their background and their history or their predispositions, says that they will not be able to render judgment in a fair and impartial way, or that they will not be able to listen to the evidence for the entire time. And they ask the judge to remove them for cause. They have unlimited for cause strikes. So if there's a basis, a legitimate basis to exclude a juror, you can do that indefinitely until you get down to the 12 that you have. And then they have some peremptory strikes, which means that you can select the juror and say, I don't like them, as long as the reason is not a naughty reason, namely you're not striking them for their race, sex, or any other class characteristics that are not allowed. You're not allowed to strike them for that reason. You can strike them without any other explanation. And you have a certain limited number of those until you get down to a jury of 8, 12, 7, depending on the jurisdiction and case. So I hope that was an answer that...
Yeah,
You know
you
what
covered it all.
You know what the number of peremptories that you get is now in Canada?
How many?
0.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You know what kind? You know how many questions you can like? You can't just ask them questions for, for any reason. Like you have to get every question you want to ask approved, and they will be things like, so if the person is of a particular race, you might be able to ask the question of, is them being of this race something that would prevent you from rendering a fair verdict? And if the judge might approve that question, but you can't ask them things like, hey, have you heard of this trial, kind of thing. Like you can't ask them basically anything.
Really?
So jury selection in Canada now is basically just you get a random pool of people.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
yeah, Attorney Tom, I'm with you. Voir dire is I think
I agree.
I think it's an
messed
appellate
up.
issue when the judge precludes the attorneys from asking questions.
It's messed up. It's written into law though. It's messed up.
That is wild. And Jolly Rogers, I was struck with jury because I told the attorney I thought they were ambulance chasers. Yeah, that'll get you struck.
Yeah, it will.
That'll get you struck real quick. Hey, Attorney Tom, do you want Jolly Rogers on your jury in one of the mass torts? That'll get you struck. Yep. Oh God. Okay. All right. So that explains it. Manders 13. Thank you. I thought I heard of Sanderson's lawyers. I thought I heard of one of Sanderson's lawyers during closing arguments that Terry was, quote, well off or wealthy. I could be totally wrong, though. No, I think that was in reference to...
That was Ramon is independently
Ramon.
Wealthy. Yeah.
Yeah, they said he doesn't have a reason to lie because he's independently wealthy. It wasn't really in evidence, but there was enough that they could infer that from some of the testimony. It was kind of skirting. It was borderline uncalled for. But yeah, they didn't say he was independently wealthy. Andrew James, thank you for super sticker. Joshua, thank you very much. It's 4:00 in the morning and I go to bed now. Sweet dreams, Rob. Ian, Bree, Mods, and chat. Have a great weekend. Joshua, you do the same. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you. Rob coming in with lumber windows of Dr. Shore. My mind's in the gutter mostly. I didn't hear them. I was following the math. Can't believe I missed it. Yeah, when the guy is drawing stick figures that are very clearly hip to ass and saying that there was torque, but saying it like twerk, there's not a whole lot that you can miss of that. So, yeah, he was a whole vibe. Normie, thank you very much. I'm surprised they didn't pick at least one juror with ski skills, specifically seeing that that's several ski resorts in Utah. I imagine that was, I don't know that they even asked that question.
I feel like
Sam,
that was the lady that we watched.
It might have been. She definitely had some experience, knew what she was talking about.
Yeah.
Now, there's clearly information they consider that wasn't introduced at trial, but
Yeah.
hey. Summer, thank you very much.
that's a jury for you.
That is. Yeah.
100% chance that they bring
Yeah.
in something that you didn't know that they were
And
gonna
that
bring in.
and that is what voir dire is intended to do. That's why attorneys need to ask questions, because it's not that they want to be on the jury. It's that if they do get selected, they're going to have a predisposition one way or the other, or they're going to be predisposed to bring in outside information into the jury room. And you try to vet that out before you begin your trial, because the last thing you want is to, especially in a criminal case where there's unanimity that's often that's required in these trials for serious offenses. You want to make sure that you get the poison pills off the jury before they go back.
Pretty much a clean slate.
Yep.
And I mean, criminal trials, you'll get people who will walk in there and they're just like, I'm here to convict this guy and go home. And,
Yeah.
you know, you don't want that person on your jury.
Or plaintiff's counsel is ambulance chasers. You don't want them on your jury either.
You're not even going to pay attention at that point. It's just be like,
No.
you darn ambulance chaser.
Yeah.
I mean, whether I want that person on the jury depends very strongly on which side I'm on.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a new one, though. That took me for a loop. Tasana, thank you very much. So I lost my stepmom this past Monday. I'm very sorry for that. Her funeral is this coming Tuesday, and I'm not ready. They just put her on the liver list, too. I'm even more sad for my dad. She was his soulmate. Tasana, I'm sorry. That is exceedingly difficult to go through. Having lost a parent myself, I never wish that type of pain on anybody. I hope that there is healing coming for your family. I hope that there is peace and rest that can come to all of you. It takes time. Wake up, live each new day. There's a question people will ask you is, how are you doing this? The human capacity to sustain hits like that and keep trucking is pretty amazing. Find comfort in whatever you can. Enjoy a laugh here and there. You're allowed to laugh, and process that grief as it comes to you. There's no proper way of grieving. Just process it every new day. So my condolences for your loss. Cheers to your stepmom. And I hope that you find healing. Ancient Maverick, the best liar you know is not the best liar you know. That is fair. That is fair. And there's depth to that I didn't even get on that first reading. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to borrow that. Rachel, Rob, eat. I will later. KWNY Upstate. I can answer any question any way I want, unless the lawyer is skilled in asking specific direct questions and realizing I'm not directly responding. Yeah. Go ahead.
I would agree with that. Like when you were talking about earlier, omitting things. I know a lot of times we tell our clients to answer only the question that is asked of you.
Correct.
So it's up to the lawyer to then ask you that follow-up question to pull it out of you.
Yep, they have to. And that's why they take the depositions. And that's why they have the deposition transcripts there, because they know where you have stopped your answer. And they have an obligation to kind of bring all of that out. And when you continue to resist those questions, that's when you start to see deception.
Yeah.
So, Sanmer, 85, thank you very much. Amy Jacks, thank you. I have a friend born with one eye. He's a skydiving instructor. Terry Sanderson shouldn't be limited skiing. I am agreeing with you, Amy Jacks. I know there are disagreements in the chat. I agree with you. Jen B, Rob, please check Twitter DM for apropos G-rated video. Well, I don't know if that, when someone says check it, I promise it's G-rated. Not.
You gotta check it first.
I'm guessing it's not. And the thing about the skiing is, I don't think he should be limited, but the question is whether he was skiing safely or not. And if you've only got monocular vision, You need to be able to see where things are and how far away they are, right? Maybe not such a big deal skydiving because there's only one thing you got to worry about how close it is. And you're probably doing that with a count off rather than a, hey, does it look like the dirt is getting real close? But, you got to be, there's going to be issues. There's going to be care, right? And there's certain things you can do, but you got to be careful with them. It's
Yeah,
even
same.
worse if his other eye is failing, right? Or so that's,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a consideration, right?
It is a consideration. I'm not saying it's not a consideration. I'm just saying that it's not one of. Look, I've been skiing for a long time. Snowboarding, rather.
I absolutely think people should be able to do everything they can do, right? But this is a guy who reads while he drives.
That part of the testimony, I don't know what the hell. Where did that came in? Bree, did you hear that part of the testimony?
I heard it in my chat that he said one of his daughters said that he would read a book while he drives to show how cool he was or something of that nature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm like, okay, he's got limitations that could. How do we know he's being safe with those limitations, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just my only concern on that. Like, there's plenty of people out there who are skiing with various, with one eye or deaf or completely blind, and are doing so safely. I just don't necessarily buy that he was doing so safely.
It was a G-rated video, and it's kind of funny.
Okay.
So I've really been working on. So anyways, I've been working on toe side.
It's so clear what they're saying.
I'm gonna slow down. I gotta see it again.
So I've really been anyways, I've been working on toe side.
Okay, that's
I think it was like, so anyways.
Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Yep.
It went by so fast, but the words were so clear.
Yep. So, okay, all right. We're there now. Now we're back on a ski slope. Awesome. Okay, thank you, Jen B. Stephanie Coker, thank you very much. Assume your own risk is same with horses in Texas. No matter what happens on or off that horse, no one can be sued. Interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Attorney Tom,
liable
can
for
you
what your
confirm?
horse does?
I don't know. Attorney Tom, can you confirm the horse law here? Because Attorney Tom's in Texas, I think. Fascinating, though.
I assume that there's got to be a limit to the no matter what happens on.
Be.
Like, if you get on a horse and then shoot another person on the horse, I assume there's.
I think that's still unlawful. I think that's still illegal, no matter if you're on the horse or not.
What a loophole.
Yeah.
I assume that there's like.
But Your Honor, I was on a horse.
Yeah.
What happens on the horse stays on the horse.
Oh, God. Oh.
It's not like you get on a horse and then suddenly you're in the Wild West and you can just shoot whoever you want.
Just, yeah. Oh, okay. That's a good one, though. Jen B, thank you very much. I am a former paramedic. I was selected for a medical malpractice case, and I knew 4 of the witnesses. Holy crap.
Wow.
I worked with 2 of them, but both attorneys decided to keep me on. One, that is a shining testament to your character, by the way, if both sides are saying that we think you can be impartial despite all of this prior knowledge. So I would take that as a remarkable compliment.
Yeah.
I think this is on a horse thing. I don't know, but I can consult Google. Dude, Tom, let me know if murder is committed while on a horse. Is it still murder? Lori Jean Lister, thank you very much. I submitted my notice of retirement today. Feel so free already. Let's celebrate. Cheers.
Cheers.
Congratulations.
Happy retirement.
To escaping work.
Oh God. Oh no. Alyssa Ramirez. Runkle, would you have convicted OJ? Leather gloves shrink. Oh. Oh.
So I'll dive into the tough one. I'm gonna say no, and not at all because of the gloves.
Why?
Because of the blood, and
Interesting.
specifically the BS that happened around the blood, the
Oh,
missing
you
blood,
mean the missing blood and the missing everything? Yeah.
and how that guy had had the vial for specifically the racist guy had the vial of blood for several hours, and then there was less blood in it than there was when it started.
Yeah.
And at that point, I'm like, listen, I don't know. I mean, my suspicion, and in fact, my strong feeling is that he probably did it. And then the cops tried to help, the cop tried to help his case. Like, we're going to help the case out. We're going to improve the case. And the thing is I'm at like 80% on that. And 80% doesn't get me to convicting. It gets me to, I still have a link. I've got this doubt. And it's like, I think he did it. I pretty strongly think he did it. But I don't think I'm at proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh,
because there is that possibility that he didn't, and that blood was placed there by other people and so forth. So, you know,
it was a botched state case. That trial, the examples from that trial that are some of the best examples you can ever have of a trial, both good and bad, good from defense attorneys. Because I think it was Mark Furman who was the cop. And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't F. Lee Bailey do that cross?
I don't remember who did the cross.
But that cross-examination is one of the best cross-examinations to ever have been conducted. Every single point, it was just awesome.
And I also, if I recall correctly, didn't they also have an expert that said when we tested the blood found at the scene, like found at certain critical points, it had, and I may be misremembering, it had preservative that we only use in the blood lab. And at that point, I'm like, we're done here.
Yeah.
Right. Like because once I can't trust one piece of evidence, I can't trust any piece of evidence from these police officers. Like, I just have that issue, at least not to beyond a reasonable doubt. So, you know, given those things at trial, I'd be like, I really think he did it, but I can't get to beyond a reasonable doubt. I just can't. So, that's my take on that one. And I know it's not going to necessarily be popular, but the glove is BS, right? The whole glove performance, I don't care. And that was a mistake by the prosecution.
Ian, I've told you that story, right?
Yeah, they got suckered into it.
It was basically calling him out, saying, if you don't fucking do it, I'm going to do it. It was complete. It was complete call. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was a complete trap, and the prosecution fell into it. But if I was on the jury, I'd be like, I don't care about this glove. Like, whatever, right? Because I've got leather gloves, and I can tell you, just shaping my hand a little bit differently, I can make it fit or not fit. It's a stupid thing to ask, right? So I just put no weight whatsoever for or against on the glove. It's just purely that. So
we found the topic, and you got the Runkle rant. There you go.
Well, and with that Runkle rant, I should probably slip out. But thank you for having me.
Of course.
I got to. What's this? I have been way too busy streaming, and my wife just got home, so I'm going to. We're probably going to sit down and watch a show. So
of course, enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Good
And
husband duties.
Bree, wonderful seeing you as always. These are going to take a while. And I don't even know if this design is going to not suck, because it might suck. So I might have to rework things, but I got a side project now. So we'll see. But I'm just letting you know, don't be like, hey, I've got a party coming up in a few days. Runkle will provide the coasters, because that's but we'll have to chat. We'll have to figure out something, because we got to figure out a way to get you to 50K there. So
Well,
We will.
thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night with your wife.
have a good night. Cheers.
See you, Ian. All right. So, couple more super chats to burn through, and then I want to get to the SBF stuff. Let me do this real quick.
You got to do a speed round.
I do have to do a speed round real quick.
Mhm.
Bree, what case are you covering next week? I do need a 2-second break. What case are you going to cover next week?
I do not know. I may touch on Meghan Markle's defamation case being dismissed. Her sister basically sued her for defamation for things she said that the sister believes were not true, and wants to sue Meghan Markle for defamation. However, the case was recently dismissed, and Samantha Markle, the sister, only has a few days, I think like 14 days, to try to refile the complaint. I don't know if it's going to go through very well for her, but I am thinking about covering that case. And there were a couple of trademark cases that came out. I can't remember exactly which ones are on my list. If I go into my list of cases, I could probably remember, but I think the Meghan Markle case, some trademark and some copyright infringement cases I will be covering, and also a recap on Gwyneth Paltrow, because I did not watch the trial throughout the 2 weeks. I took my time off. So I am going to be rewatching over the weekend and then talking to my chat about my thoughts, because I let them do their thoughts yesterday, but I was just kind of there listening, not really knowing what was going on, to tell you the truth.
It's that case is good. That's worth the rewatch.
Mm-hmm.
At least some of it, because the antics from the attorneys at the very least.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the main parts of it. I needed that time off. I didn't even stream on my regular Tuesday as well, just because I needed a break.
That is so freaking important that you actually do that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, some chat. Grab some popcorn. Yep. Oh, there you go. Lumber Lady. Thank you. Breed. Nate just posted that she is refiling. Interesting.
Okay, yeah. I would only imagine it's been going on for a while, and she's really stuck on feeling like there was defamation here.
Ramadan, Passover, and Holy Friday all fall at the same this year. Different faiths based on different calendars. Hadn't happened in more than 30 years. Interesting. Thank you, Rana. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Thank you for sharing. All right. Speed round. Beats Killbean. Thank you very much. Could this interview put the verdict in jeopardy? Nope. Since she's saying they relied upon information that wasn't evidence. No. No. I don't see that going anywhere based on juror misconduct. That didn't really indicate any juror misconduct. It could just be a misstatement, and it's not something that she's saying is the foundation of their evidence. Even so, bringing in information from outside of the courthouse to try and prove juror misconduct has a very, very high threshold. So, Leilani Borsa, thank you. Hi, sent you a message on Twitter about general vision issues. Appreciate all three of your insight. Happy Friday. I'll check that out. Thank you. Just because, thank you. Would it have been beneficial to at all to Terry Sanderson if his team had argued Gwyneth Paltrow's story could be true if Terry Sanderson had blacked out before impact? Are you the countersuit? There's too many depositions. They were on record multiple times with conflicting narratives on some stuff. The depots and the prep. What you guys see in court for trial is honestly like 5% of the case. A trial is not won or lost in the trial itself. It's won or lost in all of the year or months leading up to it, the information gathered, how they handle the depositions, how they handle discovery arguments and motions, how they handle experts and whether they get the expert qualified to begin with. All of that is something that a lot of people just never see. I think this trial had a lot of baggage that got brought in. So, Lindsay, thank you very much. I got disqualified from jury duty for a white collar trial because I work in accounting. It goes through lots of professions based on the case. Yep, 100%. Greg Z, I'm unsubscribing. You called me a lawyer slanderer. Oh, Greg Z. I hope I read that with the appropriate level of sarcasm. Thank you, Greg Z. Ian Kinzel, thank you. I'd wait more than 2 minutes for you, maybe 12. Okay. That's it. There have been moments. I remember Peter, lawyer, he had a power outage.
Mhm.
And I was in chat while he had that power outage. And I texted him, I was like, I can run upstairs and cover, but like for 6 minutes, it was just blank screen. And I ran upstairs and had to jump on to cover until he got power back. And he ended up jumping on with a cell phone. It was really funny. These things happen all the time. Moonflower, please don't block me. But could someone of you cover the Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson trial? This was the opposite of a fair trial. I did give my thoughts on that trial. If you look at my Twitter post on that one, I gave my impressions of that trial. There's so much going on, going back to a trial and try to do post-mortem of it. I had big issues with that trial itself and with a lot of what the prosecutor was doing during that trial, especially in closing argument. But I will say that if you want to see different coverage of that, there were a number of panels that covered it, including Legal Vices. He did a great job covering that. I thought he did pretty well at it. So please do that. Mujer Barroca. Rob, go to this juror's Good Morning America interview. It's short. I looked at it. This long one I thought was a better format. And plus, I'm a little behind it. I want to try to not make this completely 4 hours, but I'll take a look at it this afternoon or this evening. Kara Miller coming in late because the Illinois swirly weather set off the sirens, hid out in the basement. So glad to be able to spend the rest of my night with FNF. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I hope that you're okay and that the sirens were a false alarm, hopefully. Please be safe. Mav, thank you very much. Did you even get your mugs and not hate them? We did. I got mine. I love my mugs. I have some of the funniest mugs you could ever imagine. I wonder if I have one that says sparkle farts on it. I've got it's hilarious. So yes, I did. I love it. I'll be having a cocktail out of it in short order. Braxton, thank you very much. What is one thing you would like to see AI come to? I like AI as a research method. I think it can very much increase the speed of research. Attorney Tom, probably 3 or 4. I don't sleep very much. Ian, thank you. Because the line just came to me. The glove don't fit. I don't give a shit.
We need an Ian on the jury.
That's pretty good.
That is a good one.
But yeah, I think AI would be a great model for research and verifying research. If I could basically give an AI algorithm and I could say, this is opposing counsel's brief, tell me everything they got wrong as far as their analysis. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
And then I could go back and verify that via my own eyes, do my own research, and then put my own spin on a lot of the arguments and create a counter argument of my own. That'd be kind of cool. I'd like to see that. Chris Cat Queen, Ian, chat will wait 10 minutes. We are practiced because Rob. Oh, that's because I'm always late. Chris in M96, would a bee fish be body of a bee with fins or body of a fish with wings and stripes? When I say bee fish, how do you imagine that?
I would say a fish that is like yellow and black stripes.
But it's a bee too.
Well, maybe it's small. I don't know.
flying?
A flying fish? Oh, it's not impossible. It could be like a
I'm-
mammal, like a dolphin.
Oh no, I'm with body of a fish with wings and stripes. That's what I'm at. That's how my brain processes that.
That
Yeah.
would be a weird looking bug.
Alyssa, Christina. Hi, Bree, Lawn Lumber, and Runkle. You guys work so hard. I wish I could be a law tuber. Shameless plug. I have some story slam stuff on my channel from a while ago. Lawyer and storyteller here. Alyssa, Christina, Alyssa X Tina, please, if you guys want, go check out her channel. I will probably take a look because I'm very curious now. So, Alyssa X Tina, make a note. Oh, just open a new tab and all of a sudden, master's information. Master's week. Thank you. Go check out Alyssa's channel. Angel Even Star, thank you. How do some hearings get televised and others do not? Lawyer in the Gwyneth Paltrow case talking about how they had a right to do it. That was James Hunt. The public has a right. The public has an interest in seeing the administration of justice. It is a First Amendment right for people to be in there to witness, observe, and to publish information about what happens in these trials, subject to certain limited exceptions. So that was what the lawyer was arguing. The decision of which trials to allow cameras into is really based on public interest. If there's a lot of public interest surrounding a trial, you'll see Court TV petition to have access via the cameras. Daybell Vallow was one that they really wanted into that courtroom because the facts behind that are so remarkable. But you have testimony about manipulation and murder of children. That is one of those caveats and exceptions where the judge says, I don't care how much the public wants to see it. When we're talking about minors, we can exclude that information. We can say that there's the right to preserve their privacy, or that privacy interest supersedes or exceeds the public interest in observing the trial. So that's the trade-off there. Generally speaking, though, the First Amendment and the right to see these trials is such a high standard that you're starting behind the eight ball if you want to exclude television or exclude people from witnessing. Kristen, if you do Hot Ones, Natalie wanted in on it. Oh God, that'd be fun.
Yes, Natalie.
Yep. Mighty Muffin, tomorrow's my 5th wedding anniversary. Happy anniversary. Congratulations. Thank you for talking about the neurospiciness. It helps me understand my husband, funnily enough. Yeah. It's couples, when you're dealing with ADHD, it's important that you understand and you give a lot of patience and grace. Peggy Reardon, thank you very much. My birthday is Monday, 4/3, 71 years young. Happy birthday, Peggy Reardon. Happy birthday to all of the March birthdays, and happy birthday to all of those born April 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, or all of April. Happy birthday, everybody. Barney Cat started Friday Friends with Buddy and Hubby, and now Hubby has the Rona.
Oh, no.
He has questions. Oh, no. Noni, Runkle, when you came back to Texas in a few weeks, check out Buc-ee's. It's a Texas-sized convenience store on steroids. Get experience. Great experience. We had one of those. Ian brought me a platter of barbecue, and he said they sold guns on the other side of the store. I was like, okay, that's like the most Texas thing I've ever heard in my life. I love it. I want all of it. Just
Perfect business model.
It was great. It was fantastic. Jeff or Jen? Jay for Jen. Question for all: which of the Gwyneth Paltrow trial lawyers would you most want to work with? Love listening to y'all while I edit photos. Thanks. That's an easy answer for me. Bree?
I didn't watch enough of it to understand each lawyer, so I'll have to come back next week and let you know.
That one for me would be James. And it's not for what you guys think. James was coherent and logical, but they played audio of some of his depositions where he deposed the plaintiff's expert witnesses. He was ruthless. It was savage. He went straight in there and was attacking aggressively and getting concise and directed answers. and you see him stand up in court asking questions of witnesses in court, and you're like, oh yeah, that's an attorney who knows how to turn it on at the right moment. It was great. I think I would love to work with James. And if he ever wants an interview, I would love to pick his brain on that trial. So yeah. Attorney Tom, I'm going to leave this one to Runkle, but I think I saw your question. I started too. I think Ian is going to, he'll be going to, I think he's shooting with Brent Herrera. So we were in Uvalde. I'm not sure where Herrera lives, but I think that's where he's going. San Antonio, around that area, maybe. So I'm sure he'll check up with you. The Neurovirgin Counselor, thank you very much. My mama's favorite story to tell about neurospicy baby me. She was super sick and has cerebral palsy, so she couldn't bend down to pick me up. My neurospicy self figured out how to climb her without knocking her over so she'd hold me.
Oh,
That's really sweet. Like, that's
Yeah.
really sweet. Okay. All right. That's cool. I love that story. I bet you tell that a lot. That's an awesome story.
that is
Tammy
good.
Baines, thank you. Please do Trials of the Century with Blanche Taylor Moore. She's on the list. She is still on death row at 90. Her almost last victim was my dad's next door neighbor. Interesting. I do know
Wow.
that case is on the list, though. Huh. Interesting.
Such a small world.
It really is. The number of people who tuned into those episodes who knew somebody or were family with someone in that trial was really it was pretty cool to see. Azam, thank you. Thanks for the Ramadan wishes. Today is 10th day. Yes, Bree is right. From sunrise to sundown, kids can also fast for half a day to practice. Thank you, Azam. Heart-shaped aisle. Rob, you would love Juan Pine from Tallahassee. Smells amazing. Never, ever rots due to the oils. Do you know it? I don't know that. Could send you a small piece. It's a protected species, only salvage timber used. As long as it's not unlawful for you to ship it, I would love it. That's awesome. Absolutely. Tammy Baines, you should look into Fritz Klenner case. No trial because he unalived himself and others. He was from my hometown. 3 wealthy, prominent families. Terrible but fascinating case. I like fascinating cases. Fritz Klenner.
Fritz Klenner.
Fritz. I will do just that. Thank you, Tammy. Emma Daisy, thank you very much. I need to know your and Ian's plans for tomorrow. I have to go to my niece's birthday. Ian is probably in the shop doing something. Machiavellian Cheese, Sarah. Bree, I crochet while watching FNF. There's lots of YouTube channels for beginners. I was raised Amish, so handmade is in my blood. Reach out anytime. There you go.
Okay. Just got to start.
Jan, yeah, you just have to start. There's, I have a kit like the Woobles. Really easy kit. Cheap. Woobles. Look it
For
up.
crocheting?
Yep, Woobles, because you can make little cool things. I have a little dinosaur. Jan woke up 3 a.m. UK with back pain issues. Ouch. Thanks for the distraction with the pain. I hope that it is a distraction. That pain, I hate back pain. Ian suffers from that. My dad suffers from that. I get that every now and then. Megan Wright, thank you. Healing prayers out to our Captain Corey. He's been having a rough time. Indeed. Indeed. Healing prayers indeed. Francesca 12, who is the ideal juror? I don't have a real ideal. It's kind of just someone that is truly going to look at something and take it from both sides and really appreciate both sides of a given argument.
And I think it's a case-by-case basis too.
Very much. I agree with Bree on that. Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to very much depend on the facts of your case, what you are asking that juror to try and decide. Yeah. Marion, thank you. Thanks, Ian, for the laughter. Last night was just diagnosed with kidney stones. Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
You made me forget. Thanks, Rob, for being not just another attorney, but sharing wonderful advice. Thank you, Marion. That's very kind of you. M169, I was almost excused because I was a crime victim, but I answered honestly. My situation was completely different from the case. That goes back to what Bree was just saying. It's very specific on the case. Suggestion: a birthday gift opening stream. Oh, I don't know if I trust you guys.
I would love to
There-
see it.
That's and Bree's laugh right there tells me that Bree knows enough about y'all's mischief that she knows that it would be a bad idea.
We can do a competition.
Mm-mm. 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 Michelle, was that the missing GoPro video? The one where he screams pie? Oh, no,
It just popped in my head. That's literally how I felt when I was snowboarding. I would just fall down and stop because I didn't know how to stop.
I can't stop. And Alpha just respond behind you. Bray!
He fell too. He was no help. We were horrible. And I'm like usually very good at sports, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna fall like 2 times and then I'll be good. No, I fell the whole way. It never got better.
Fell the whole way.
And I didn't take lessons because I thought I was gonna be able to do it.
It's oh, okay. Oh, whew. Molly Piazza, thank you. On Horse Law, I've ridden for years. I always sign waivers when riding others' horses. Been to the ER a few times. Never going to sue because no risk. Interesting. I'm curious about that part. Lucky Toes, thank you. Horse Welfare, thank you very much. Super chat. I live in California. If you own a horse and somebody else rides it, you need to have a release of liability contract signed. Includes risk of death. Gross negligence is an exception for liability if the person injures the horse. Okay.
Wow.
Interesting.
So the horse has more rights.
This is horse law. There's law for everything. There really is. There's horse law, land law. And I imagine these cases come up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Horses are expensive. Oh, because horses are expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yep.
I didn't know horses had more rights.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't practice horse law.
Me neither.
Tree law is wild. I see that in the chat. Yeah, it can be. Bears, Halo, thank you. Back to work after retiring, but wanted to say thanks for all you give the community. Thank you, Bears, Halo. Much appreciated. Nicole, Christine, Rob, I'm sorry, but I would like to file a motion to bring back the BRB unicorn instead of that terrifying demon baby goat. That thing scares me. You know what? Motion granted. Motion granted. There we go. Motion granted. There, now you get the BRB. You get the BRB. You get the BRB unicorn. There you go. I like the baby screaming goat. It's funny. Spirit of the Trees, loving Lawtube, loving Robin Bree Energy. Thank you, Spirit of the Trees. Much appreciated. Mia, magnificent. Thank you. My grandpa was blind in one eye and had 2 artificial hips. Chose to wear a very bright jacket. Skied well into his 70s. So many great memories. That's wonderful. Yeah. The mandatory vest thing kind of bothered me. I understand why. I do.
I don't think it would be mandatory. I think you would know more because you snowboard a lot more. I don't think it's mandatory. It's more of like, was he at the level that he should have done it? I think of it in the way of how my license says corrective lenses. And if I ran somebody over and it was potentially their fault, it will be my fault because I didn't have my glasses on. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to take certain steps if you know you have certain disabilities.
And
But I don't know
Spidey
the rules
coming in. Spidey tuning in with his idea. Behavioral arts. Have we changed the name of Friday Night Frenzy to Lumber Party yet? Let's put it to a vote. Spidey, this is my channel. This is not behavioral arts.
I like that. Lumber Party.
Lumber Party?
It's at nighttime.
I get it. I get it. I feel like there's a lot of innuendo there. There's a lot. There's a whole lot. It's almost like if there was a stick figure that was humping another stick figure and they were testifying to torquing, and it's a lot that's there with the lumber party. See, chat's already there. Mm-hmm. Yep, but no. That's not how that works. This is not a democracy. It's not a
You just
democracy.
motion
Spidey.
pass.
It's not a democracy. The friend describes the chat. It's oh my god, this is just terrible. Oh, but we love the innuendo. You guys do love the innuendo. Unanimous. Chat. Spidey, what are you doing?
Got one
If-
daddy stack his back.
Oh god. Oh god. If, by the way, I do love seeing Spidey in the chat. If you have not gone and checked out his video, his collaboration that we did on his channel, please go and do so. His channel is The Behavioral Arts. He puts out a video every single week, usually released on Saturday mornings, breaking down behavioral analysis of something that's in the relevant news for that time period. He does an amazing job. He's very careful in his analysis, and he and I have a lot of fun working on cases together. Please, the video came out the day after the verdict was reached, but we filmed it the day before. It was just, it's the timing part. However, the analysis ends up standing the test of time, wasn't changed or altered. So please go check it out. Give his channel a follow if you wouldn't mind, and like the video as well. So thank you. And Spidey, thanks for being here, buddy. Much appreciated. Sandra, super chat doesn't mean the motion is granted.
If enough people says it.
Oh, I can't. Deep breaths. Oh, FNF after a lumber party. Oh God.
You can have a special
We'll have a special. We'll have
on your
maybe
birthday.
that'll be the birthday stream. That'll be the birthday stream. We'll call it the
Yeah.
lumber party. We'll do that birthday stream. Oh God, the chat is still doing it. I can't.
Compromise.
I'm not gonna look at. I can't look at the chat anymore. Anna now Moose. Any explanation of the King Charles III clause in the Disney v. Florida document? I have to look at that. I really do.
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it, and honestly, that news I think came out today. So I'll take a look at it and see if there's anything there that I can comment on. Caitlin Moore, thank you. Great stream and distraction from stage 4 endo. I hope that you are doing okay. I'm glad to provide a distraction, and hopefully you can still find time to laugh. Laughing is so freaking important, and we take too many things too seriously. If you go on mainstream media, I don't mean to say all of it, just corporate media. It's the world is ending for this reason. And they list it alphabetically, then numerically, then chronologically. And it's all about the world ending and all the terrible things going on. And it's always the narrative. I try to be as impartial as I can, and I try to have some fun with it as well. Mary Malarkey, thank you very much. Interested in the MM Diva case. Half-sister has a backing of British media since the wedding. That's the Meghan Markle. Bree is professionally and equally thoughtful, so I'd follow. Yep.
Oh,
So there you
thank
go.
you.
Mary, check out Bree's channel. She's going to be covering that case. Tammy Baines, Kenner had an affair with the first cousin. Both were brilliant murders across families because of custody. Bitter Blood is great book and miniseries. Whoa.
Was that the one you wrote down?
Yeah, I just double checked.
I've never heard of that one.
All right. I'm going to do that. Yeah, interesting. Spirit of the Trees. Yes, more of this. I don't know if that's referring to the chaos that just happened in the last 10 minutes or something that happened 20 minutes ago. I'm going to say that it's probably a mix of the two, but sure. Thank you for being here. This Country Girl's Life. Thank you. Vegan Lion. Fritz Klenner was the father was doctor. His office above the pharmacy. I worked. And Fritz used to come in every Friday afternoon and buy a Coke and candy bar from me.
So
Okay.
crazy how close everyone can be.
Yep. Interesting. Adrian Angevine just called a slumber party. We stay up all night anyways. Heart-shaped dial. Pooh, the U.S. doesn't allow me to send you any wood products. Yeah, see, that was what I was concerned about. That's
Mhm.
They don't, because they want to manage invasive species, and including beetles that can come in with that lumber.
Yeah.
There's a blight that's existing right now with regard to ash trees. It's killing off a lot of ash trees, and that was, I believe, invasive. And then southern pine beetle was an invasive species as well that started killing off stands of pine trees down south. So the U.S. is kind of careful about that. But thank you for asking. I actually will look into that though. Alan Fortenberry, thank you, counsel. You accept the new name. Nope. Lindsay, motion for Rob's Lumber Party instead of just Lumber Party. Oh, God, I read that before I read it.
They're gonna get
This is
you.
what happens. This is what happens when it gets late.
Yeah, because it'll be your birthday.
Yeah. All right. I have to cover this last bit. Sam Bankman-Fried. Bree, you sticking around for this or are you jumping off?
I think I'm gonna hop off because I don't know enough about it.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. Let me know when you do your birthday stream.
I will. Thank you, Bree. Very much appreciated. Everyone go check out Boss Attorney Bree. Check out, subscribe. We're getting her to 50,000. Absolutely doing it.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. One last story. Sam Bankman-Fried. Not really an FTX update, but it is an update on Sam Bankman-Fried's bond conditions, because that was kind of fascinating to me. So 2 different stories came out this week. So there was a single story about an additional charge that was added to his indictment. And let me see if I can pull this up just so that we can walk through it pretty quickly. It's not going to take long, I promise you. So their superseding indictment was filed this week on the 28th of March. And it added an additional charge. And bear with me for one moment. We're going to scan. I'm going to try not to make any of y'all dizzy while I do so, because it's added right towards the very end. All the background we read through before, and we're just going to get to that last charge. Everyone shut their eyes for 2 seconds. There we go. Zoom. We zoom through it. That's count 8. This is count, I think, 12. That's where it was. 11 or 12. Money laundering. Political contributions. There we go. Report the name of their person. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. There we go. So the allegations that are the new charges here, that the allegations from at least in or about January of 2021 up into and including about February of 2022. Essentially, the argument is that Mr. Bankman-Fried, the defendant, and others known and unknown, at least one of whom was first brought to and will be arrested in the Southern District of New York, they did, in fact, willfully and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated. Why do you have to use all of it, guys? And agreed together and with each other to commit an offense against U.S. code, to wit, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So here's what the allegation is, the additional charge, and the overt act in furtherance of that charge is that in furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt act, among others, was committed and caused to be committed abroad, overseas. In or about November of 2021, Sam Bankman-Fried, the defendant, and others directed and caused the transfer of at least approximately $40 million in cryptocurrency intended for the benefit of one or more Chinese government officials in order to influence and induce them to unfreeze the accounts. So basically, Chinese government was like, we're going to freeze your shit. And Sam Bankman-Fried was like, well, if we bribe you with 40 million in cryptocurrency, will you unfreeze the stuff? And they said, sure. And Bankman-Fried did that. And he did that. And the chat is mad because I didn't swoop. They did that to unfreeze the accounts, and that is the additional charge. So he, I believe, pled not guilty to that. I think today was the arraignment on that one. So pled not guilty to it. And that's where that charge was. And before we go on, chat's going to revolt unless I swoop. So I'll swoop and we'll go on to the bond condition modifications. Swoop. I will swoop. Okay. And before we do that, I do have to draw attention to this nefarious character who's in the chat. Spidey, Rob, I have a hypothetical. You're being sued for not changing the name of your show to be a better name. Your options for an attorney are Kristen Van Norman or Elaine Bredehoff. Oh, shit. Who do you choose? Can I go pro se? I don't know. I don't know. Kristen Van Orman was the lawyer that did the examination of Gwyneth Paltrow. I'm going to give Kristen the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to go with her. Who's suing me? If it's a celebrity suing me, then that changes the dynamic. So we're giving Kristen the benefit of the doubt. But also, I think I have a good case. I don't know that the whole better one is. I can win that argument. I think I can win that argument. In either event, here's what we've got with Mr. Bankman-Fried. Mr. Bankman-Fried, if you guys might recall, was released on bond conditions that required $250 million personal recognizance bond that was guaranteed by his parents and some real estate and 2 third parties that were not his parents. The Stanford bond, we'll call it, because the parents put up their house that was owned partially by Stanford University and their house, and then another Stanford professor and a former Stanford researcher put up the remaining collateral for the bond or guaranteed the bond. So the Stanford bond, right? Then Mr. Bankman-Fried ends up communicating via Signal, an encrypted messaging app, to potential witnesses the government has procured to testify against him, saying, let's get our story straight. Well, that didn't go over very well with the government. The government sought to modify his bond conditions, saying, no, bad. Don't communicate with our witnesses. Do not do this, especially via encrypted messaging chat that self-deletes. Don't do that, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Terrible. And while he was being reviewed for that, and while his bond was subject to being modified for that condition, the Super Bowl occurred. And you know, Mr. Bankman-Fried, he had NFL season ticket, but it was in the Bahamas. And he really wanted to see that that Rihanna halftime show. He wanted to see that so very badly, and he wanted the NFL season ticket or season pass so that he could get behind the scenes access, I get. So he used a VPN, a virtual private network, to essentially ghost his computer so it didn't appear as though his computer was tracing back to his house. Virtual private network. So essentially an IP is bouncing all over the different place so that he could access his premium subscription. So here's the problem. You have Mr. Bankman-Fried, who essentially is being investigated for all the fraud, literally every fraud. He's previously lied, withheld and stolen money from people, used customer assets to fund his own personal lifestyle, gaslit the entire country, was going to offer testimony to Congress that essentially said, I effed up, and made a bunch of excuses for it. Just a lot of things. And also suspicion that he assisted the Bahamian government in hacking into FTX to remove assets after the bankruptcy filing. So him using a VPN to engage in internet practices that we can't trace might raise some concerns. Him communicating with potential government witnesses via an app that's encrypted that also self-deletes chats might raise some concerns while he's out on bond. Well, the government had some opinions. So they filed a motion to modify the bond. Crazy Cat Queen, this isn't really that far off. Government, don't do that, Sam Bankman-Fried. The rest of us, because he has a history of following the rules, question, come on, man. Yep. That's pretty accurate. So the government sought modification to his bond conditions, and this made me laugh because they have a whole hearing on the issue. And a lot of the hearing is kind of going over, well, what does the government see as its concern? Mr. Bankman-Fried is saying, well, I need to access these devices to do these different things. And they enter 2 orders that essentially gives new conditions. So we'll go through the bullet points, the conditions, because even now it's kind of a slap on the wrist. It really isn't. Why have you not revoked his bond? I get it, it's financial crimes, but this dude, man, he just snubs his nose at everything. He has also filed a motion. He's filed a motion in the bankruptcy court to say, hey, please let me use some of the funds to defend myself. Funds that he kind of is admitting were misappropriated. His own admission of I effed up. Yeah, so that's Mr. Bankman-Fried. And just every time flaunts his nose in the face of the government, just this, well, look at me, look at me. So here are the new conditions. The defendant shall not contact or communicate with current or former employees of FTX or Alameda, other than immediate family members, except in the presence of counsel. So literally can't talk to them. Can't talk to them or communicate with them unless the government or court exempts an individual from this rule in writing. So literally, no talkie. The defendant shall not use any encrypted or ephemeral call or messaging application included but not limited to Signal. Nope, no more WhatsApp, no more Snapchat, no more any of those encrypted communications. Nope, no, don't get to use those. Sorry, you might want to, but no. The defendant shall not use a virtual private network except as explicitly authorized in his bail conditions as described below and in Appendix 1. No more VPNs. Seriously, bro, no more hiding your internet behavior. Quite literally, yeah. And then they gave him training wheels. This is my favorite part. They didn't just say no. How many people do you really see this level of specificity in bond conditions? Answer is not a whole lot. So the defendant is permitted to use 2 electronic devices. The laptop and the phone described below. They lay out, respectively, the new laptop and the new phone. And is otherwise prohibited from using any other cell phones, tablets, computers, video games, including video game platforms and hardware that permit chat or voice communication, or smart devices with internet access, collectively prohibited electronic devices. Except that the defendant is permitted to use electronic devices owned and controlled by defense counsel when supervised by defense counsel or their employees or agents. It's like you're a child. It really is. You get a new phone, a new computer. You don't get to touch any other devices. No tablet for you. Bad, Mr. Bankman-Fried. No tablet for you. Bad, bad. Also, because these video games have chat functions, no chat. I see the chat saying no League of Legends. Nope, no League of Legends. No video games. He's literally grounded. This is a criminal prosecution of a person that we just read through 13 different counts of various degrees of fraudery on various like money laundering, illegal campaign contributions to try and sway political decisions. He's got foreign interference allegations. And it's like, it's like a squirt bottle. Like, bad, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Just, and when I said that I laughed out loud when I read this shit, look at this. This is the level of specificity that they had to provide for his new toy. As set forth in Appendix 1, the new laptop will be configured to allow access only to the following pre-approved websites which are necessary for the preparation of the defense or are for the personal use and do not pose a risk of danger to the community. So he's allowed to go to the AWS database, Amazon Web Services database, website hosting the transactional database. So he's allowed to look at the transactions. That's what he's allowed to do. I'm going to drive a bus through that. Yep. Cohen and Gresser. So he's allowed to look at his law firm. That's the law firm, the defense counsel. He's allowed to look at their website. He's allowed to go on Wikipedia. Legit. This is ridiculous. Like, you can have a computer, but you can go to Wikipedia. All .gov websites. Is that just the government like trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute? Is that just the government trying to be cute Like you can go to a .gov website. FTX.com, FTX.us, FTXpolicy.com, and all other FTX-related sites available at the restructuring.ra.crawl. So that right there, that I've pulled that up before. That is the bankruptcy website. That is what tracks the bankruptcy filings so that he can monitor the bankruptcy case. That's fair game. So he's allowed to do that. YouTube.com. Mr. Bankman-Fried, if you are watching, I have some questions for you, sir. Don't contact me via Signal, though. You're not allowed. It's a violation of your bond conditions. But to the extent that you are watching YouTube and maybe looking at the channel, hell, hey, Spidey, you want to take a look at this guy? Because he's a character. He's definitely a character. But he's allowed to go to YouTube. So right now, of all these websites, YouTube and Wikipedia. So cool. Maybe he can learn how to crochet. I think he can learn how to crochet. DocuSign.net, DocuSign.com, Archive.org. That one made me a little bit surprised. So he's allowed to access the Internet Archive. Now, I thought about this and I was wondering how much harm can that actually do? Because I don't think he can remove anything or edit anything. But yeah, I can see that could assist his attorneys in researching. So, for example, if he was looking at his old deleted tweets, of which he has many, maybe that would be fascinating. That one doesn't bother me that much. Courtlistener.com, so you can track the docket of all the cases being filed against him. The following read-only blockchain explorers. I like that. The read-only: Etherscan, Solscan, TronScan, BSC scan, BSC scan, Omni Explorer. So you can read only and review blockchain information. The following read-only websites showing crypto asset prices: CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap.com. So those are the things that he's allowed to use for purposes of helping prepare his defense. People can edit Wikipedia, but who trusts Wikipedia? That's the thing. If he's going to edit Wikipedia, what's he going to do? And why? And yeah, that's the other thing that's kind of funny about this. So for his defense preparation, his defense counsel is going to ask him to do research via Wikipedia. It also doesn't say that he can click any of the primary sources on Wikipedia. So Mr. Bankman-Fried has his training wheels. Here's what he's allowed to use for his own personal use and enjoyment. I know that some of you guys have, there's no spicy content on here, which, to be quite honest, I feel bad for the dude. I know that, this is no spicy content for Bankman-Fried. None. New York Times, who wants to go there? New York Post, FT.com, Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg G Law, Forbes.com, Wall Street Journal, Business Insider, OpenSecrets.org, PR Newswire, Puck News. What's Puck.news? What the hell is that? Puck.news? Puck? I mean, this is in a... Oh. What is this? Why am I... Interesting. Okay, sure. Reuters.com, Coindesk.com, Cointelegraph.com, TheBlock.co, Decrypt.co, BeInCrypto.com. You know what? He's probably going to go and write editorials for these different articles, I'm sure. Probably, right? He'll give advice. We'll follow it. Netflix.com. Oh, he can watch Netflix. So he can watch YouTube and Netflix. Open.spotify.com, DoorDash.com, gotta get your food, Uber Eats, Amazon.com, MLB.com, and NFL.com. Because, priorities. But legit, this is a restricted device that essentially is locked up like you would give a child. The problem is, I don't know. It's just, it's stupid. What level are we going to in these bond conditions? How far are we going to extend this? How much are we going to hold his hand to make sure that he stays out while he continues to just disregard different instructions? It kind of pissed me off. I laughed and it pissed me off at the same time. This is a good question, Okie Texas Girl. Who's paying that Netflix subscription? I don't know. And does he get multiple devices for this? I don't know. The defendant must access the AWS website through secure VPN connection using a single VPN account that permits access only to the AWS website database and no other websites as set forth in Appendix 1. The defendant may use Gmail and other Google applications, docs.google.com, only through a single email address, which defense counsel shall provide to the government. The defendant is prohibited from creating or logging into any other email accounts, including but not limited to other Google accounts. This provision shall not prohibit email forwarding to the defendant's single email account, provided the defendant does not send emails from any forwarding email address. Are you kidding me? The defendant's use of Zoom will be limited to the Cohen and Gresser Zoom room. So, counsel. Defendant shall provide the government with the web addresses for the AWS database and the Cohen Gresser Relativity website. So, defense counsel's website. The new laptop shall be loaded with the local applications and software programs listed below. So, quite literally, it's like we're giving you a lockdown device. So, you have training wheels, lockdown device, parental controls that are essentially government imposed or court imposed. You get Microsoft Office, including Word, Excel, and Access. I like the clarification to create documents and analyze data. What the hell else are you doing in those? Adobe Acrobat to read documents in PDF format. What the hell else are you doing with that? Google Chrome to access pre-approved websites consistent with the provisions of this order and according to specifications. Okay, that part makes sense. Zoom, exclusively for defense-related communications. That part makes sense. PG admin. Okay. SQL. Okay. Python to read the code base. Okay. 7-zip to create zip files and transfer large files. Fair. Notepad. You get Notepad, dude. Okay. Store passwords. Screenshot tool. Remote access support tool for remote support by Cohen and Gresser. All right. The new laptop loaded with security software that will block access to USB storage devices. So the USB storage devices will not be able to transfer data to or from the new laptop. Are you guys, is this bothering anybody else, the level of specificity in this document? He's out on $250 million bond. The new laptop is monitored with monitoring software that will log the defendant's user activity. Sure. The defendant has retained a technical consultant affiliated with Guidepost Solutions, so they had to hire a separate tech consultant to install all this crap. The tech consultant is now under the obligation to monitor the user activity logs at least 3 times per week to ensure. So legit, you get child restrictions on your devices, you get brand new devices, good for you. Child restrictions on devices, and you have mommy coming in and checking on the devices, or daddy, or uncle, I don't give a shit. Checking the devices 3 times a week. This is bullshit. You won't have administrative access rights to the laptop, fair, so you can't go in and alter any of the restrictions or code. So you have to get the serial number, the MAC address, IP address for the access to the internet. The new phone will not be a smartphone and will not have internet access. Oh, shit. You get a flip phone. Someone bring back the Motorola Razr. God, I love that phone. That was awesome. Or give him a Nokia. Give him a Nokia. Give him the brick. Upon purchase, defense counsel shall provide the make and model of the new phone to the government. Make him have that little Motorola Razor and just carry it around and not be able to text or do shit. That is in and of itself torture. It did. Not the one that I had, not the first one. Oh, no, he can't have a BlackBerry. You can't give him a BlackBerry. That has too much access. Huh. The Nokia. Yeah, I think the Nokia brick is the perfect thing for him. But there's Snake on old phones. True. That's a fun game. Yeah, Tide, I'm with you. Yeah. Communication function of the new phone will be limited to SMS text messages and voice calls as set forth in Appendix 1. You have to give the phone serial number, international mobile equipment, IMEI number, IMSI number, all the identifying numbers, the old stuff. Once the defendant gets the new shit, he turns over the existing laptop to his attorneys who remove it from the residence, maintain custody of it, so the attorneys keep it in their vault. And yeah, law firms like this have vaults. Once the defendant receives a new phone, turn over the existing cell phone to his attorneys, remove it from the residence, maintain custody. The defendant shall turn over any prohibited electronic device to his attorneys who will remove them from his residence, maintain custody. So here's the thing. How this is another trust document. That's the problem. There's nothing in here. It's like, here's my devices. Trust me, bro. I gave you everything. I don't have another tablet. I don't have another phone. I don't have another computer. Are you kidding me? This is the same person who had like 6 different monitors up in his office, who is a serial texter, tweeter, all the other things. And you're telling me that he's going to promise to turn over his other shit? Defendant must submit his electronic device to a search by pretrial services. Upon reasonable suspicion that the evidence was in violation of a condition of release may be found therein, or as the court may order. Can't buy, acquire, otherwise obtain any prohibited. Trust me, bro. That's what it is. So, people are not allowed into the house. The defendant is prohibited from accepting any visitors with prohibited electronic devices into his home, regardless of who the individual visiting the defendant residence is there to see. So they have like a phone check at the front door of his parents' house. So welcome to the house. Thank you for coming for dinner. Please, if you wouldn't mind checking your phone in the locker that's here outside. That's the level that we've gotten to. That is where we are right here. Every visit arranged in advance. Security guard to be present when the visitor arrives. Security guard has to be employed by a security company, the company hired by defense counsel, and the names of the companies provided to the government. Security guard will use a handheld metal detector to screen the visitor for any cell phones or electronic devices. What the fuck? What the hell? This is ridiculous. The security guard will take possession of the visitor's electronic device while the visitor's in the house, will return them when the visitor leaves. No, kids, your mother said you couldn't bring your phone inside the house. I have to take that from you while you go in and visit with Mr. Bankman-Fried. Visitors are prohibited from entering the defendant's residence absent the presence of the security guard to screen the visitor upon entry to the residence. They have to sign an electronic log in their own name, which shall list the date and time they arrived at the home. To confirm that the defendant and or his parents are notifying defense counsel when a visitor is expected, the existing home security system, which includes video cameras at every door, shall be set to preserve video footage of everyone entering the residence. They are turning his house into a prison. But it's still his house, and it's still a trust me, bro. Security guard doesn't need to be present for the visits by defense counsel or their employees, or visitors pre-approved by the court. This is just He has 1 week to implement these conditions. So that's our Bankman-Fried update. Is he going to comply? I have no clue. Is there going to be any consequence to him not complying? Who the hell knows? Will I do this momentarily? Yes, I will do that. Give me 2 seconds. I don't know if it's allergies or what the hell is bothering me right now, but it's driving me crazy. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was trying to get through that article or that story. So, yeah, I have no idea whether he's going to comply or not. We'll just have to watch. So let's go through the super chats. We'll wrap up for the evening. We have been doing this for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Made it through 2 stories, but we did make it through those stories. We did well. I think we did well. I'm going to say we did well. That's what I'm going to go with. So, no, Celine, they didn't. They basically said nothing. Like if it has access to the internet, we'll see. I imagine there will be clarification if needed. But I did have a question on the smart TV part, because if there's TVs in the house, they have to swap them all out. That part, I think that's an oversight. So we'll see if that comes up. Yeah. So Lindsay, thank you very much. Motion for Rob's Lumber Party instead of just Lumber Party. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ali QOD, thank you. Rob has a channel because we voted, so the name should be votable. Y'all. Rachel Duck, thank you very much. Rob, eat before I throw a sandwich through the screen. I will eat. I promise you. I'm almost done. Lisa, thank you. Just sending out love to OKC. Had family checking in on us. Was a little ways from the wildfires today, but a lot were not. And this was the nice change of pace. Thank you very much for being here. I'm glad it's a change of pace. I'm sorry that you had the wildfires to deal with. I hope that you're okay, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend and can move beyond that. Crazy Cat Queen, stop. Or shall I say, stop again and again and again and again. Rua, thank you once again. Rob, thank you, Rua. Crazy Cat Queen, did they buy him porn DVDs too? I don't know. I don't know. Well, we're going to find out. Crazy Cat Queen, the only phone he deserves is 2 Dixie cups and a piece of string. That brings back memories and fun. So that's very curious. And yeah, I see the question, Sandra. Nothing mentioned about that. It's his parents' house. Nothing is mentioned about the parents' phone or electronic devices. And in case you guys didn't see news reporting this week, there's been some reporting this week that Mr. Bankman-Fried's father is the one that's fronting the bill for a lot of the legal fees, and that the source of those funds is money from Alameda that the father received as a gift subject to tax exemptions from several years prior in the amount of several $1 million. So I have an issue with that. We'll see if the bankruptcy case, if the bankruptcy court makes an issue of that, or if the trustee makes an issue of that in the future, but I don't know. The parents have pretty much, look, they're backing their son. I have no problem with that. They're going to defend their child. But it's kind of getting frustrating to watch. Alameda, isn't that South Carolina? Alameda in this case is Alameda the company that was a subsidiary of FTX. Chris Cat Queen, our tax dollars at work. Meanwhile, there are huge tech deserts. Some kids who don't have computers close the gap. Yeah. It's your tax dollars. Now, I think the defense has to fund a lot of the requirements that are being imposed. Even so, it's him living free for the next several months under those strict conditions, and I'm sure he's complaining about it. But it's a luxury that not many people get. Steve A, if they need to be this specific on the restrictions, he just needs to be in a cell. Steve A, you're not going to get a whole lot of disagreement from me at this point. Baby Gator, thank you. This bond motion is almost exactly the same conversation I had with my almost teenage daughter about her electronic use, laughing my ass off. Right? Why is the court baby? Why the baby treatment? No. Lindsay, thank you very much. The number of holes they managed to leave being that specific is amazing. Just from the Gmail inbox, he has Hangouts and voice access. Facepalm. I know. Heather, thank you. Isn't he staying in his parents' house? What about access to his parents' laptops, etc.? I don't know. This is going to be really curious to watch. And the bigger question that I have is, how is he going to violate it? When is he going to violate it? And what's going to happen when he does? Because if your past behavior is any indication of how you might behave in the future, Cheryl, they froze that. He did. He had Robinhood account. He had Robinhood shares in a separate account. The U.S. government went in and seized it with the assistance of the bankruptcy trustee. So they froze those shares. So he doesn't have access to that. He is asking to get access to that through the bankruptcy court. He wants that very, very badly. But they did freeze that. Cynical Rob, no, never been accused of that. So that's the update on that case. And that brings us to the conclusion of this evening's show. Thank you for bearing with me through the microphone issues and the congestion here. I very much appreciate all of you guys being here. If you haven't done so yet, please hit the like button before we wrap things up. And if you have not yet subscribed and you like the content, please do so. We're working our way to 200,000. I would love to get there by the end of the month, by my birthday. That'd be fantastic. I would love it. And I would very much love it if we could get there by the anniversary of this channel existence, which is in May, I believe. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for all the contributions. Thank you to the mods for being here. I would be remiss if I didn't actually highlight this, and I remembered it before I could. There were a ton of gifted memberships this evening. Just double checking. This is going to take a minute to read through. Thank you, Joshua, for the gifted memberships. Lady Drake for the gifted memberships. Sandra for the gifted memberships. Neurodivergent Counselor. Manders. Bo, Johan, Simply, Cheryl, Robin, Silver, Veronica, Samantha Steinis, Canonical Heat, Joshua again, Brentwood Chic again, and Emma Daisy, 50 gifted memberships. You guys, this means the absolute world to me. One, seeing how much fun you guys have in the chat and how much fun you guys have and how respectful you are to my guests, to people that I bring on the channel. And how respectful you are to each other. So it really, really is something I love seeing. And the continued support is definitely felt. So thank you very much, all of you. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Have a great Saturday, great Sunday, and that your next week begins with a firestorm of motivation to tackle a bunch of shit you haven't done yet. So thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate it. Good evening to all of you, and I'll see you next time. That's how tired I am. That's how tired I am. Totally did it. We're going to try that one more time. Good night, chat. Good night, YouTubes. Good night, all of you. Thank you. We're going to try it again. And this time, we're going to hit the right button and not just leave the studio. We're actually going to say good night. So thank you, and I'll see you guys next time.